And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another week, another edition of the ESL Open Cup Americas, number 235. I'm, of course, your side VIP, and with me, I'm joined by these amazing players, the people in the chat, and my plushies as well. Welcome, everyone. Welcome. It has been 12 hours. It's been 11 hours since our last cast. We are here, we are back, and ready for some early morning StarCraft. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the Red Zerg player. The Red Zerg representing Clan SC Swarm from Atlantic Canada. It is Jay. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the Brazilian caster himself and singer. He's amazing, he's beautiful, representing Death Zone Gaming. It is Cosmos. Let us go. And as we settle into this, oh my god, a big shout out to some lovely resubscribers in the chat. Shout out to Rowdy. It's been so long. 11 months, almost a year. Almost a year, Bobby. Hope you've been doing well. Hope you're settling in nicely and enjoying yourself, Bobby. It's good to see you, Rowdy. Good to see you. Likewise, Finantok as well. For 36 months. That's a lot of months. Which Prime. Gracias, Finantok. Always do appreciate your support. Hope you always enjoy the content, the StarCraft, the casting, and it's great to be back. Great to be back. I literally just woke up. I literally just woke up and hold on. Just rubbing the sleep from my eyes. But we're ready. We're back. We're here, and it's a pull first. Oh boy. Okay, Jay opening up hyper aggressively here. I believe pull first, I believe maybe even a 12 pull. I was not quite paying attention at the time, but regardless, aggression here from our Zerg player. Lings are moving out across the map. Actually, based on the hatchery timing, this does look like a 12 pull from Jay. Lings are moving out, so the SV will scout, will confirm what's going on, and that will be a tell for Cosmos to keep his Reaper pinned back at home to defend, to protect his base, of course, to keep it up and running. And behind this, Jay double expanding. Oh, interesting. Gasless opener out of Jay, going for the natural, going straight to the third base. The way this works here is that Jay's going to be skipping gases for a long time. He's going to be skipping link speed. He should be working towards roach play. I say that, ooh, the gas has actually been taken a lot earlier than normal. Usually we would delay it a little bit further, so interesting build here by Jay. Is an interesting build. Lings, they get across the map. They're going for the SCV. Oh, and the SCV does take a lot of hits. It looks like the SCV is going to go down. We do delay the expansion. Not a bad pickoff here. Not a bad pickoff out of Jay. Likewise, the Reaper. Oh my god. Did get stuck for a moment, getting out of here, getting onto the high ground. So a nice start for Jay. He delays the expansion. He contains Cosmos to one base. Boys are being pulled as well. A little bit unnecessary. These are slow Lings, so they can't really get on top of the Reaper. We will clean this up. Bit of an overreaction, but regardless, Cosmos will defend, and we can settle into our openers. Jay taking an economic lead. Jay, of course, now prioritizing gas to, I imagine, get into link speed. This is a little bit inefficient here, but regardless, you know, Jay is just settling in, droning up, and securing himself. We're calming things down, Bob. Calming things down. As we calm things down, we'll see where we head from here. Again, I'm assuming that link speed is going to be on the way. We have the gas. Yeah, we pull out of gas. Link speed is being researched as we speak, so Jay is going to be working with Link Bane. Reaper dips into the main base. Very important here for Cosmos to determine whether or not there is roach play or roaches coming into play, and does confirm the researching spawning pool. So we realize, okay, there's no roaches, like there's no hyper aggression, no early gases. It's a standard follow-up here from Jay, and Cosmos can calm things down and get into his 1-1-1. Okay, interesting. Very interesting here, as we do have a 1-1-1 setup, much more aggressive here out of Cosmos. Wait, what? Interesting. So, winding it back a little bit here, shout out to Cosmos, Cosmito, papi, Cosmito, as he is a fellow caster. He's a Brazilian caster, and he covers a lot of StarCraft. I don't get to cast much Cosmos, but this is an oddity. Going for a 1-1-1 into an early Marine drop is a little bit strange. These are vanilla Marines. We won't have stim. There's not going to be like stim to work with or combat shields or any upgrades. Likewise, there's no Hellion support either. Usually a 1-1-1 would be for Hellions into Banshees. The double jump is interesting, and the Overlord is going to confirm. We do get a full scout. We get eyes on the reactor on the starport, so we're fully aware of the bio coming out. And here comes the drop. Now again, this drop is interesting. Again, there's a lot of power behind this when it comes to the Widowmine, at least as an anchor point to the Marines, and there's a lot of damage potential, but at the same time, Jay did throw down a Roachhorn. Roachhorn was thrown down after the initial scouts. Roachhorn here at the natural. Roaches are amassing. Queens are amassing as well. Now, Jay is droning. Jay is not going for an all-in, but he will have Roaches to defend. And honestly, it's not going to take too many Roaches to shut down the drop, as the Medivacs are scouted. Jay does spot them, does confirm. You can see the Roaches rotating into the main. We have Queens towards the third. Trying to get in position for the drop, for the aggression. And we'll see if we can. As yeah, the double drop is rallied right into the main base. Queens are getting in position. Jay taking it forth. Is expanding up. Drop should not commit, as we have plenty to deal with it. And Cosmos does have to retreat. Behind this, Lair is on the way. Cosmos going for a second factory. A third. Oh my god! Okay, the twists and turns are real here. We're going for a second and a third factory. It's going to be a 1-1-1 Marine drop into mech. That I was not quite expecting, but okay, got my attention. The drop is coming into the natural, and ooh, nice positioning here with the minerals. Look, wait, what am I? Oh, get some friendly fire though. We do end up losing one of our medevacs here. The drop is getting a bit out of control. At the same time, the Hellies, they rush in towards the mineral line. They rush into the third base. Ooh, big volley's going to be going off. Drones are going down. But we will clean this up. That's going to be 12 drone kills at the same time. Marines, they're still wreaking havoc in the main base. Still more drones going down. Oh, this is getting out of hand. This is getting out of hand real quick. 17, 18 drones falling. Up. One shot goes off, takes down another drone. 19 worker kills. Very, very nice actually for Marines that don't really have any longevity in the game. For Hellions that can be thrown away, the only big loss was the Liberators, but again, for 19 drones, that is well worth it. And suddenly Cosmos, he's in a pretty good position. On top of that, third TC's on the way. We're getting into our tanks, into a bit of everything actually. Ooh, this is now a little bit inefficient. What I'm referring to, we are upgrading 3 different upgrades. We got Blue Flame, we got Hurricane Engines, and oh, what's it called? God, not Metabolic Thrusters, but Banshee Speed. Hyperflight Rotors, that's it. Hyperflight Rotors also on the way for Cosmos. So we're investing into 3 different upgrades for 3 different units, and we're making tanks. That's the problem here. We're making tanks of all things and working towards battle mech, a very heavy battle mech composition. So interesting. It does mean that Cosmos is vulnerable right now. If Jay were to move out with Ling Roach Ravager, Cosmos would just topple over. He just doesn't really have much to work with right now, and he's exposing himself. And as I say that, Lings are amassing, but it looks like Jay is droning. Okay, it looks like Jay is droning, Jay is teching, Jay is not going for an earlier committed push. Posturing with his army, but yeah, just knocking down drops. So Cosmos will get away with this. We'll get away with all this. More tanks, or sorry, more factories finishing up. Factories mainly on tech labs. So a very tank heavy style, now working towards Banshee production. 4 CC on the way. We're in for a long one. We're gonna be here for a while, Papi. Gonna be here for a while. Let's go. Meanwhile, as Cosmos is settling in, and as he is scouted, we are also working towards Hive. Hive is on the way. That should be for Adrenal, should be for Viper production. Jay droning up, and yeah, we're gonna be settling down as well. Alright, gonna be settling in. Again, Cosmos being active with Hellions, but last are gonna be shut down. Thor production underway. Okay, let's go. Typically when we make Thors here, it's to hard counter Spire play in case we're afraid of Banshee. Oh, sorry, afraid of Mutas. So just sprinkling in a couple of Thors just to be secure. Banshee's hitting the field. And so far, I mean, Cosmos, he's clearing up quite a lot of creep. Unfortunately, Cloak is not done, not yet, but we do get into the middle line. More drones going down. Very nice damage here, abusing the lack of anti-air. Speaking of anti-air, there's a Spire. Spire is in production. This should be for mutas. As we have found the links. Getting free damage. As we're investing into mutas, I mean, the Thor has arrived. The Thor is here. Thor hasn't made it out behind this. We can see Jay likewise settling in, investing into more Ling Roach Ravager. And as opposed to like trying to be aggressive and trying to shut down the Terran mech army before we can really get going, we're just embracing a longer game. Right? We're embracing a longer game. Jay is the first to max out. When it comes to his army composition, he's got very little Roach Ravager and mainly Ling. He's got 70 Lings. As long as there aren't many Hellions in position, we can make use of this. There's a lot of potential with Ling counterattacks, especially these tanks. These tanks are so exposed. If Lings, if they slip in from the left-hand side, then these tanks are going to go down real quick. And here we go. The Lings, they dive in. Yeah, they catch 1, 2, 3, 4 tanks going to be going down. Brutal pickoffs. Alas, Cosmos was left wide open. It was left exposed. 4 tanks for only Lings. And now Lings are being replaced. Main army's getting ready. Creep is spreading. And this position is still looking quite fortified. We have 5 or 6 tanks here sieged up at the 4th base. But the 3rd, that's more exposed. We can try to knock down the 3rd base. Jay pushing on the right-hand side. Right into tank fire. Can we break through? We get 1 tank, we get 2 tanks. Not much else. And this time Cosmos does hold. The power bombs here shut down the Banshees. A little bit overkill, but we're going to be able to regenerate all that energy. The Ravager coming in once again. Catching 2, catching 3 tanks. 3 tanks go down. Ling counterattack towards the left-hand side. The wall is open. No, the wall is wide open. Lings, they flood into the middle line. They bust into the main. SCVs are going down. Alas, Cosmos out of position. Not ready for this. And as he's being dragged towards one side, we come in towards the other. Yeah, it's damned if you do, damned if you don't. We take down 1 more tank. Almost 2. In the main base. 22 SCVs going down. And Cosmos is getting torn apart. It is becoming a little bit much. And we can just keep going. Yeah, at this point, we can just collapse in. File's going to be connecting. Planetary goes down. We've broken the 4th. And Cosmos still trying to recover, trying to stabilize. Alas, he just doesn't have the supply to defend both locations at once. Lings are still wreaking havoc. No! 2 Lings. Oh, they get 43 SCVs. We still have Lings in the main base as well. Damage still being done. And Cosmos just cannot keep up. Not anymore. And Jay's remaxed. Jay just remaxes more Lings. More Ravagers. More Ravagers at this point here. And it's going to be interesting. I mean, Cosmos is fighting. He's fighting to recover his 4th, to regain control of his 4th base, but we just keep going for run-bys. This time Hellbat's in position, but we have Bailings to deal with them. Lings, they get into the mineral line. The last bastion of hope here for Cosmos under fire. SCV is going down. Cosmos refusing to kind of leave his position. But GG gets called, and Jay will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Jay will take a lead here. And Cosmos, he had his own moments. Like, if you remember, winding it back, Cosmos, he killed, what was it, 19 drones? Oh, I should fix that up. But Cosmos, he killed 19 workers. It was impressive. It was insane how much damage Cosmos was able to achieve with his Hellion run-bys and with his initial opener, with his drop play. Killed a lot of workers. Outside of that, though, again, the follow-up was a little bit lackluster. I would have liked to have seen Cosmos being either greedier or a little bit more specialized in how he was teching. If you remember, Cosmos invested into Hyperflight rotors, like Banshee Speed and Banshee Cloak, but he only ever made 3 Banshees. Like, the Banshees were never, like, a big part of his army. Likewise, he invested into Blue Flame and Hurricane Engines, but he also didn't really invest too heavily into his Battle Mech army until later on down the line. So because of that, he just didn't really have enough support or enough of a buffer for his tanks. He had a big tank line, but we saw how exposed they are, right? Tanks on their own, they're so vulnerable to specifically Lings. Like Lings, they close the distance, they get on top of the tanks. Tanks cannot shoot units that are right next to them, of course, so melee units just wreak havoc, and in the end, Jay did take advantage of the positioning and the army composition of Cosmos. And now we're settling into game number 2. Can we bounce back? Can we make a series out of this? I want to believe. I do want to believe. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alcyone, we have our Brazilian Terran player, the caster himself. Let's go, representing Death Zone Gaming down to the series, but looking to bounce back. It is a Cosmos. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Blue Zerg player representing SC Swarm. It is Jay. We go. So we are going to be settling in. Going to be settling in for now, just going for a standard opener. Jay going hatch first, bearing in mind that Jay went for an earlier spawning pool last game, but this time going to be a hatch gas pool, what looks to be a standard opener from our Zerg player. Likewise, Cosmos going for a Rax expand as well, but we'll keep an eye on the follow-ups here. Remember, Cosmos did go for a quirky 1-1-1 into a vanilla marine drop, which was wild. It was crazy. Likewise, we had Jay, who also went for a gasless opener into roaches in the last game, so and we'll see how our paths do divert and whether we go the same way. We shall see. Now we're going to be slipping in with our scouts, getting read what's going on. Again, standard opener, and Cosmos does confirm. I don't blame Cosmos for coming in and just ensuring himself. Feeling safe and secure behind this, expanding, and this time his CC won't be delayed, it won't be disrupted. We're gonna be okay. Gonna be okay here. Likewise, as we're settling in, we do have Jay just saturating his bases. Should be going for a third. There we go, going for the triangular third base. A pretty secure third. This does allow us to mine through these minerals and expand on the right-hand side. What I will say about mech, as well as Cosmos did flex his mech in game 1, is that Alcyone is a much larger map. It is a lot more secure as well. If Cosmos did want to just turtle up and embrace mech, this is a better map for it. Straight up, this is a better map for mech, so the idea of just securing and walling off this area here towards the left, this ramp here, and expanding on the right-hand side and walling this off. I mean, I can see it so clearly. We've seen many a player embrace mech on this map, and yeah, I would kind of favor, I would say, that this style out of Cosmos would be more successful and more effective on Alcyone. But we'll see. See, that's what he embraces. For now, there's our factory, and show us a starport. Is it the same opener? Is it the same build? It looks like it's similar. Okay, 1-1-1. It is a 1-1-1, a more aggressive build. This time we add on swap though, so this is looking a lot more standard. If you remember, in the last game, we didn't go for the add-on swap, and we reacted out Marines, and we went for a vanilla Marine drop. This time we're reacting out Hellions. So with this tech lab on the way, we could go for an add-on swap with Hellion Banshee, something a little more standard. That's a second, what? Oh my god, that's a second starport. 2-port Banshee, right? Like, we should be going for an add-on swap here and then going for a second tech lab and massing Banshee. If it was BC, we would already see a fusion core by now. So yeah, there we go. Banshee production has begun. Starport finishing up. Now what's interesting here is this tech lab. The tech lab on the racks. So typically I would assume that 2-port Banshee would be for mech, to transition to mech. But this tech lab on the racks, okay, wait, add-on swap. Okay, I was gonna say that it's a little bit awkward to add-on swap, so we might be going towards stim, but no, we're add-on swapping. Meanwhile, Overlord is coming in for a scout. We only have the one Marine. Only the one Marine to deny the scout, which means the Overlord sees most things. Does confirm the 1-1-1, but this is not enough. We see a tech lab researching the starport. This looks normal. This looks standard. Looks like Hellion Banshee. Little do we know that it's going to be Hellion Mass Banshee with Hyperflight rotors also on the way. It's a wild build out of Cosmos. And we'll see if Jay can piece it all together. Back at home, spores are on the way. Because we scouted the initial tech lab researching, we know that it's Cloak. We're getting ready for Banshees initially. But because we're going for an influx of Banshees, we may be able to catch the Zerg player off guard. We might be able to catch Queens specifically. Queens and then the drones thereafter. So we are amassing up Banshees, 3rd CC in the main. Hellions are amassing as well as we speak. And once again, Jay does go for a Roach Warren, is embracing Roaches, but he's not going for a Roach push. He's just playing defensively, taking a 4th base as well. Just, yeah, a much more macro-oriented kind of outlook here from Jay. There's the second factory, so it is mech, as we mentioned. When I saw the tech lab initially on the racks, I was like, oh, maybe we're going for stim. No stim. It is mech. The racks only making add-ons here for the Terran army. That's the purpose of the racks. Just make tech labs. Ay. So from here, we do see Jay getting ready for Lingbane Roach Ravager. Cyclones are amassing. Banshees have yet to move out. How many Banshees do we have? 5. 5 Banshees here for Cosmos. They move out. Jay, ooh, does not spot it. Just barely. Does miss the Banshees. And what do we have? The gas geysers here at the natural are exposed, so we can go for the gases. Likewise, the 4th base, there is no spore, but this is spore crawler at each of the mineral lines. And what do we go for? We're going for the army. We can go for roaches, we can go for creep tumors. We have options. Roaches are being targeted. Skirting around, going for the queens. And this is what we wanted. We got 1 queen so far. Just the 1. Rotating over towards the right-hand side. Detection is available. We head towards the 4th base. No spore. And no spore available. We get another queen. Again, a good stutter stepping here, but 1 Banshee goes down. The drones, they come back. No! They come back too soon. Drones, get out of here. 7 drone kills for 1 Banshee. It's an okay trade. 7 drone kills, 2 queens. It's okay. Banshees do pivot away. Behind this, we have Blue Flame in production. Banshees, they get a spore. Oh my god. Barely to escape. They get a spore. More factories finishing up. Jay working into his own lane counterattack, and the wall is open. The wall is open. SCVs are going down. Not too many though. For the most part, we're in position. Yeah, we shut down the lings. Nice moves there from Cosmos, where he was, ready for it. Behind this, Jay once again rushing into the Hive. Hive is on the way. Spire as well. Spire will give us access to mutas if we so choose. And Cosmos is getting Ravens. Okay, or Raven. We have 1 Raven on the way here for Cosmos. Just for detection. A little bit of support as well. We're securing ourselves, getting into just tank Hellion essentially. We don't have Hurricane engines. We don't really have any Cyclones to speak of. Just tank Hellion, a little bit more old school. Meanwhile, Jay is not going Muta, is embracing Corruptor. Now, if he had gone Muta, I would love that. Just because there's only 2 Cyclones. 2 Cyclones, no upgrades for the Cyclones, no Thors, no Vikings. Mutas had potential, but alas, not going to be going for that yet. Not this time. No mutas. Corruptors, they catch the Raven. Nice pickup. Expensive unit goes down. Corruptors reveal themselves. Cyclones now on the way. From here, I wouldn't be opposed to Viking production. Vikings, their goal wouldn't just be to kill Corruptors, but to zone away the Viper. Now, I guess Cosmos is unaware of the tech of the Hive, but that is kind of where Vikings kind of would have another purpose, another role. Would be to zone away the Vipers. Changeling gets caught. Jay still massing up his army, maxing out with Lingbane Roach Ravager. Now we're working towards Hurricane Thrusters. And we spoke about it, but again, Cosmos is looking quite secure here. Interesting that Cosmos is not expanding on the right-hand side, he's expanding towards the left, which is a little bit more vulnerable and does spread you more thin. What I'm referring to is that typically if a Terran player were to expand on the right-hand side, it does mean that this goal base is, right next to our base. Well, we can take the goal to protect this base toward, right behind it. So it's a little bit more natural, a little bit easier to expand and take a fifth. Here, the fifth base is going to be a little bit more difficult for Cosmos because we are spread thin. I should say taking the goal base is kind of a natural defense to your fourth base behind it. So Cosmos instead expanding towards the left. Scan reveals the army. Tanks, some of them are unsieged. There we go. Do set up. Tanks are set up. This time we have a much heavier Hellbat count. Yeah, Ling's now going to be melting against the Hellbats, and the Ravagers, they cannot dive in. Decent piles. But Cosmos does hold the line. Yeah, Vipers are on the way. We didn't need them earlier. Vipers are coming into the mix. We could actually even work towards a Greater Spire and towards Broodlords to make use of the Corruptors. That is an option here for Jay if we wanted to go for a longer game. And embrace, the hyper late game and go like Broodlord Infestor. Not sure if we want that, but it's available. The Raptor diving in once again. Nice positioning here out of Cosmos. Yeah, the Lings, they melt. They get one tank. The Ravagers, they shot one tank down, but again, that was not worth it. Decent piles on the Hellbats, but Hellbats are expendable. Scan into the main reveals that there is no Greater Spire. There is a Hive. There we go. Vikings are on the way. Ghost production as well. Oh my god. Jay just mass expanding. Expanding towards the bottom right, expanding towards the center as well. Jay taking base after base. It's crazy. Taking initial bases. Lings, they shut down one of the tanks. All the tanks are exposed. Yeah, 2 tanks go down. 3 tanks go down. Ravagers have to back off from here, but good damage nonetheless. Did pick up some key units. And Jay, again, being very cavalier, being very bold with these expansions. Shouldn't get the go base up and running. If he somehow does, that's going to be insane. This go base would be so valuable for Jay to take minerals away from the Terran. That's essentially what's happening here with this expansion, is that you're just taking resources away from Cosmos. And that should not be occurring, but we'll see if we can saturate it. See if Cosmos does realize what's going on. Meanwhile, Lingbane collapsing in. Where are the blinding clouds? Ooh, solid piles. We bring down the first line of tanks. Tanks do fall. Planetaries are getting set up. Nidus on the right hand side. Nidus towards the left as well. Jay is all over this. And there it is, the blinding clouds. And with that, we can collapse on top of the tanks. And again, where's the support? Where are the Hellbats? Where are the Cyclones? And not here. The tanks, they're falling one after the other on their own. They can't do much. And we shut down every single tank. How many was that? That was, oh my god, 9, 10 tanks? 10 tanks just went down for mainly Ling Bane. Look what we lost. We lost 3 Ravagers and 2 Corruptors. Like, gas-wise, that's nothing. And 61 Lings. And again, we can lose Lings. We can throw them away. It's fine. More tanks going down. We're getting on top of the Ghosts as well. It looks like Cosmos has been broken. His main army has crumbled, and he's struggling to keep up. Now stuck with a Hellbat Ghost. No more tanks. And without tanks, there's no backbone to his army. There's nothing to fall back to. There's nothing really holding him up. And Jay, not able to actually mine through some of these bases, but has them nonetheless. Has map control. Has so much freedom here on Akione. And now we're going in for the final push. For the final assault. Bailings into tanks. Not the best trades, but we have protection. We shut down the Ghost regardless. There's no standing army. GG, well played, and Jay will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the next round. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here. Jay will take the series. He will take the 2-0. Did come in as the favorite player, but a shout out to Cosmos. I rarely get to cast him. I've cast him like once or 2 times, like in our years of casting StarCraft. So always do appreciate featuring Cosmos whenever we can. And he does go down in the first round, but Cosmos, he's ready to cast. He's ready to jump on and start casting, and do hope he has a great stream. Do hope he has a great cast. Much love to him. Meanwhile, Jay will advance on into the next round, and Jay, who does he have waiting ahead of him? Exclamation mark B. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the back of yourselves. Let's quickly set up our scene, set up our source, and bam, there we go. Whew. From the top, let's refresh, and let's try to update our lovely admin. There we go. Okay, from the top, we have some updates. We have Dark. Dark is lying in wait, waiting for the winner of Non-Veritate and Milo. Winner goes up against Sacidus in the next round. Dark is a heavy favorite. Dark is a big name here and looking to make a deep run. Shout out to Hatsu, did also cast in the round. Did also play in the round 32 as well. Getting knocked down, but again, Dark is kind of the big name, the heavy hitter to go for a deeper and deeper run. We'll see if anyone can stop him. He's going to be favored to make it to at least the quarterfinals. Scrolling down, we have our next set of players. Just messaging some people. Oh my god, did they already begin? Not like this. Okay. So it looks like we're gonna be setting things up. Sorry, just missing some players. We have a next series, but the Dark is alluded to make a deep run. Meanwhile, scrolling down, we have Inexorable waiting for the winner of Maze and Berry Crunch. Best of luck to our players here, but Inexorable is going to be favored to make it into the round 16. Scrolling down, we have Mute versus Silky. They are mid-series as well. This should be leading into Silky versus Inexorable. Silky versus Inexorable should be occurring in the round 16. I don't know who I favor. Honestly, that's going to be a really fun TVZ. Silky, of course, the best Zerg player in China. Meanwhile, Inexorable is the best Terran player, or is an up-and-coming Terran player in Brazil. And again, it could go either way. Inexorable has a lot of potential, has a lot of hype around him, so I want to believe that he can make a deep run. I want to believe that Inexorable can go far. But Silky is a veteran player. Scrolling down a little bit further here, we have our next series, Jay versus Wayne, coming up next. And I will very quickly set things up for it. The reason why I was a little bit flustered earlier is because they already started their game. Like they were already in their game, and I was like, oh my god. But they did rehost for us, thankfully. They did rehost, and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Golden Aura, we have our Canadian Zerg player, the Red Zerg representing SC Swarm. He just took down Cosmos. But how does he compare to a top European Zerg. It is Jay. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Blue Zerg player representing Starlight Twinkle, another big name in this bracket, looking to make a deeper run. It is Wayne. There we go. And as we settle into this, a big shout out to Dropship Magic in the chat. Ay, papi chulo. Here's to another 8 months. Vámonos, papi, vámonos. Oh my god. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Ay, papi. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're enjoying the content. Thank you so much for subscribing for 8 months. Thank you. Thank you. It's been a wild ride. And here's to another 8 months. Here's to some more StarCraft. Some more StarCraft. Let's go. So for now, we are settling in. It is going to be a pool first out of Wayne. Meanwhile, a hatch first from Jay. So Jay going for a standard hatch gas pool. Wayne playing safe, going pool first. Now, as we settled into this, Wayne, I didn't get to go over the entirety of the brackets. We were cut off, and we only got to cover half of it. But I was talking about how Dark was looking to make a deep run into the quarterfinals. Honestly, he's looking to make a deep run into at least the semifinals. And if he does, Wayne is one of the potential opponents for Dark. Like, Wayne is a big name. Wayne, he's one of our lovely players from the European region that does stay up. Wayne, he stays up deep late into the night and does compete like a couple of others, right? There's players like Wayne, Geralt, Clem, and Max Pax. Those are the 4 that come to mind when it comes to players that just ruin their sleep schedule and stay up. Sort of is another big degen. Sort of, he knows, is another big degen as well. And they stay up and they just ruin their sleep schedules to compete. So I always have a lot of respect for them. Like, it's not easy at all staying up this late to play in these tournaments. And yeah, we'll see if they can make these deep runs and if Wayne can make it and go up against Dark. Before that does occur, Jay is standing in his way. Now, with the pool first, links have arrived. Jay has to evacuate the natural base. He's pulling his links together, and it's all about the worker micro. Can we delay or can we preserve our workers? And we deny drone kills as 1 drone goes down. Not a bad pickoff. Just like that, Wayne takes a slight worker lead, gets 1 drone kill, and backs the hell off. I was going to say that in that moment, it was on Jay to preserve his drones. Alas, he wasn't fully able to. 1 worker kill. Oh, we got the Overlord. Oh, that's a big pickoff. That's really huge. A big supply block for Jay this early on. And suddenly, Wayne takes a lead. Wayne is looking strong here. He's able to stabilize or get into his 2-base setup. He's able to embrace 2-base play, actually. Interesting. We skip link speed. No link speed for Wayne. We're rushing into a lair. We're walling off with an Evo Chamber with a Roach Warren as well. This could be 2-base Roach for a 2-base Roach all-in. This could be 2-base Muta. This could be a Nidus-based all-in. There's a lot of potential here with what is done with the lair. 2-base play nonetheless out of Wayne. Meanwhile, Jay's expanding. Jay taking another base, but he bleeds out another drone. The Ling run-by gets 1 more worker. And just keeping Jay pinned at home. We do go for an expansion. We go for a 3rd base. Hatchery has been taken. So Jay will have the better economy. That is true. Jay will have the better economy. Jay will have the better production with a 3rd base. But Wayne, tech-wise, has a lead. And now we see what we're doing with that lead, or with that tech, plus on range. Roaches. We're going to be embracing roaches. Otherwise, we would see melee. We'd see melee here, and we'd be working towards a 2nd and 3rd gas. Sorry, a 3rd and 4th gas, what I meant to say. 1 extra gas is being taken, but it looks like it's going to just be for Roach speed and Roach production. As the lair is done, and Roach speed is now on the way. Now, Jay is already semi-aware of this. Like, Jay, he sees lack of 3rd. Lack of 3rd and the wall-off means it has to be 2-base play. I believe Jay has not seen the researching Roach Warren. That would be the tell the faster lair. So Jay's a little bit in the dark, just a little bit. Roaches are amassing, and do we just go all in? And roaches are building up for Wayne. Is going to be able to expand. But does Wayne drone and take a 3rd, or does he just push? We have our answer. We're pushing. We are going to be moving out. As that's 7 more roaches on the way. Jay, in a moment of desperation, throws down a spine crawler. 1 spine is good. We might need more than that. We will need more than that. As we are moving out across the map, roaches, queens are waddling out as well to catch any stray overlords. And what do we have at home to defend? Jay thankfully went into his own roach warren. He skipped his own bailey nest. He skipped Ling Speed. Honestly, really good reactions out of Jay. Skips Ling Speed, goes straight into Roaches. Roaches are amassing. But he's got a third of the Roach count here of Wayne. Yeah, creep is spreading. And the Roaches, they have arrived. Spinecrawler is helping to delay the push. Oh! As Wayne tries to juggle back, waiting for reinforcements. More Roaches amassing, going to be repositioning. Likewise, Spinecrawler repositions as well. Jay, quick to move over. But alas, the Roaches, they do wedge themselves in between the natural. They avoid the Spine initially. They dive on the main army. They go for the Queens. And Wayne just has an overwhelming Roach force. Alas, Jay just unable to be ready for this in time. Queens are going down. Spinecrawler falls. We get a contamination on +1 range. And Wayne has the upgrade advantage. Boys are being pulled. We can afford to lose some drones. But GG gets called. It's just far too much. And Wayne will take game number 1. Whew. GG. It wasn't a bad reaction out of Jay to throw down the Spinecrawler, to skip his Ling Speed, to get into Roaches. It was impressive that, I mean, Jay, he reacted well. Unfortunately, not well enough. Unfortunately, what I should say is that Wayne was all in, and Jay was maybe getting ready for some pressure, some Roach aggression, not quite ready for how committed Wayne was. Because of that commitment, that's why we did need additional Spinecrawlers and a stronger reaction, maybe faster for the boys as well, to preserve the Roaches. Alas, Wayne snowballed out of control, and Wayne takes game 1. Wayne does take the first game, but now we're going to be getting ready for game numero 2. And it's going to be on Oceanborn. Let's go. We will be embracing Oceanborn here in game 2. And then we'll be able to embrace some of these. Then after this, we'll be able to go over the bracket completely and catch up on what we've been missing out on. We'll get there. Meanwhile, Quack in the chat. See Hermes. Cool Cappy as well. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Bienvenidos. And here we go. We're settling into our next game and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn. We have our Red Zerg player from the land of Canada, representing Clan SC Swarm. Down in this series, looking to bounce back. It is Jay. Oh. Jay is droning and his opponent is not, because in the bottom right-hand corner we have our Blue Zerg player representing Starlight Twinkle going for a 12 pool. It is Wayne. Again, Wayne is a favorite player to make a deep run in this week's tournament in ESL Open Cup Americas. And we're following up with the 12 pool. Wayne already has a lead. He's looking to make a short series out of this. Things going to be on the way. Now, this could just be a 12 pool into an expansion, into a macro game, or it could be a 12 pool drone pool. There are different variations, different forms of aggressiveness or aggressive 12 pool timings and builds in general. So I'm curious as to what Wayne is going to embrace. As the pool is done, Lings are in production. And for the time being, Jay's in the dark. Jay going for a hatch gas pool. Standard opener out of Jay. And Wayne is expanding. Okay, so this is not a 12 pool drone pool. We're not going all in. It's a 12 pool initially, but we are expanding, taking our natural, and we will be droning up behind this. This is a macro opener. Now, the way this works is Wayne is going to be applying pressure to the expansion. Jay has to pull the boys, and there's going to be a dance. It's going to be a micro battle. Jay has to preserve his drones. Jay cannot afford to lose too many workers, otherwise he's going to fall behind. And then Wayne will be able to get into 2-base Roach play. Because there's no gas, because this build, delays gas for so long, we skip Ling Speed, we skip Aliens, and we head into 2-base Roach, similar to the previous game, where we can opt to go for an all-in or not with Roaches. Meanwhile, Lings have arrived. They're going to be chipping away at the expansion. Boys are being pulled. And as I mentioned before, it's all about the micro. It's all about the control. One of those drones takes a lot of damage. We pull away, we pull back in. Oh my god! Oh, one drone goes down. Already a rough start here for Jay. Bleeding out a drone, bleeding out a second drone as well. Oof. Some rough losses here. Meanwhile, Wayne is still making Lings. He's not stopping. He's not droning. He's all in. Okay, we're committing even harder here, and yeah, drones are going down one after the other. We're trying to overwhelm the Ling army. Queens are on the way, and they will pop in just in time. The queens have arrived. Wayne is going for the base. He's going for the hatchery, and he gets it. The hatchery does go down, and just like that, Wayne, he's up 2 bases. And Wayne, he's only down 1 drone, or he's even in workers. As the hatchery is being replaced, Jay moving out. Wayne back at home is just massing more lings, getting to his queens. And and GG gets called. There's just too much damage. Jay supply blocked as well. And Wayne will take the series 2-0. GG, well played. Wayne just getting far too much done there, just pulling, or just able to get a kill in the expansion, able to kill drones, able to get ahead. He was up on bases, he was up on economy, and Jay was supply blocked. So Jay, if he wanted to go for a counter all-in and a counter link flood, Jay couldn't. Jay could not. GG, well played. I mean, a good effort here out of Jay up against one of the best players in the bracket, so not an easy opponent whatsoever. Not an easy opponent, and Wayne will advance on. Congratulations here. Wayne will advance on into the next round. And does Wayne have an opponent? That is the question. That is the question here. Exclamation mark B in the chat to have a look at the back of yourselves. Let's head on over and catch up on what's been going on. Again, last time we were denied and we couldn't really embrace the bracket, but from the top. From the top, looks like Not Veritate has taken down Milo's up against Dark in the round of 32. Again, Dark is the heavy favorite to make a deeper run. Meanwhile, Berry Crunch takes down Amaze 2-0, now up against Inexorable. Again, Inexorable is the favorite player, and Inexorable, I'm really looking forward to his series versus Silky in the round of 16. Mute could cause an upset. Mute is a Peruvian Protoss player and has brought down some names of the level of Silky before, so that's going to be a spicy PvZ. Scrolling down, we have Wayne advancing onto the round 16, and Wayne is waiting for either Ninja or Disrespect in that round of 16. We'll see who it's going to be. We'll try to follow Wayne in this series. Scrolling down, Heaven gets a walkover. Heaven gets a walkover over Gref, waiting for the winner of John, Bomb, and Estrella. Estrella's the other big name. Dark looking to make a deep run. Wayne looking to make a deep run. So is Estrella. And if all things go as predicted, we should be seeing Estrella versus Wayne in the quarterfinals. And that is a spicy ZVP. I'm looking forward to it. Like, I'm really looking forward to the potential Wayne versus Estrella. Unless a crazy upset occurs, they should be facing off. And that's one of the reasons why I dove on this portion of the bracket. I want to be there. I want to be there for Estrella versus Wayne. I want to be able to embrace that. But again, we'll see. We'll see how the bracket does unfold. Scrolling down a little bit further, we have some other updates. We have the second half of the bracket. That was the first half. Now we have the second half. Björn is here. Björn has been missing. If you've been following the channel over the past couple of days, Björn was not here for KSL, which we expected. Björn, he's very rarely awake for the Korean StarCraft League. But Björn was not here on Monday. He was not here yesterday for ESL Open Cup Asia. So Björn was MIA. Because of that, there was very little Terran representation in ESL Open Cup Asia, and because of that, it was purely Protoss. We had top 4 Protoss in ESL Asia, just pure Protoss. Just the sea of Protoss was real last night, and the PvPs were definitely overwhelming. It was just nothing but PvP. A lot of PvPs there going on. So Björn is back. Björn, he's back after being missing for a couple of days. So I was, wondering if we were going to be seeing Björn at all leading up to the Esports World Cup, but he is here. He is competing and is going up against Hapsaya in the TVP. Björn, a heavy favorite to make a deep run. Scrolling down, Pig takes down Smile 2-0. That's impressive. That is very impressive here. 2-0 in favor of Pig. Smile is the Peruvian Terran player. He's a mech enjoyer. So I'm impressed. Impressed here by Pig to bring Smile down, advancing on a face-off against the winner of J Money and Geralt. Geralt should be making a deep run here, and the potential Björn versus Geralt in the quarterfinals is looking good. Looking spicy. Looking spicy. Just messaging some players as we have some updates. It looks like Disrespect versus Ninja has concluded, so Wayne's next match is about to begin. But scrolling down, we have Maples versus Yen in a PvT. Yen is going to be the favorite player, but best of luck to Maples. Winner goes up against Sort of. Sort of has been getting better and better. I've been very impressed by Sort of's play over the past couple of months even, or actually really the past couple of weeks. Even if not a month of play, Sort of has been getting better and better. We saw Sort of bring down Estrella not too long ago. Last week, if you remember, Sort of run was ended short. Sort of had internet issues. If you remember last week in ESL Americas, Sort of was competing against Estrella. He was playing well against Estrella, and then Sort of his PC crashed. I say internet issues. I believe he was having graphics card issues. I remember Sort of he was talking about how he just got like a new graphics card, and it was performing poorly, and he was having a lot of PC issues and crashes, and hopefully those tech issues have resolved. I think it was a graphics card or some other part of his PC. Yeah, Sort of hopefully everything's okay. Is in the round 16. And we'll see how much further he can go. Scrolling down from here. We have Clem. We have Clem, of course, up against Balmielja as well. Clem is similarly to Dark, where Dark and Clem are they're the number 1 and 2 seeds respectively. Clem is looking to make a deep run, and we'll see if anyone can stop him. I mean, there's some big names down here. You know, Geralt is down here, Björn is down here as well in the lower half of the bracket. Sort of. They can all threaten Clem, and we'll see if they can bring him down. We will see. As with that, we're done with our updates. Disrespect and Ninja have finished their series, but did they give an update? I hope they did. So I messaged Disrespect. I was like, yo, mid-series? And he's like, I just finished. And then he went offline. So it's like, what happened, Bobby? What happened? What's going on? So hopefully we can figure that out, and hopefully we can find our next opponent. Hopefully. Otherwise, just catching up with the chat. So close. The hatch almost lives. Ah, so close, Jay. So close. Ah. Shout out to Jay in the chat. Lesson 3. GG. That's because Mew plays very sus. Potentially. Looking forward to it. Estrella versus Wayne is fire. Ah, it's gonna be beautiful. It's gonna be beautiful. If we can get there. But yeah, that's the goal of the kind of road for the stream is following Wayne and ideally getting into Estrella later on down the line as well. And that'll be leading into Dark. So we're focusing on the upper half of the bracket here on the CranKy Ducklings. There are some other English streams out there. Pig, he usually casts after he gets knocked out, so Pig will be featuring the lower half of the bracket. Likewise, I believe Steadfast is out there. I don't think there's any other English casters. I think it's us, Steadfast, and Pig. Maybe Artosis. Artosis, he sometimes casts every now and then. He might be covering another portion of the bracket. Otherwise, we're going to be going on a short break. We have to figure out what's going on and figure out who Wayne's opponent is. And from there, we'll be getting to our next series. So, going to take this moment to go on a break and take this moment as well to get some snacks, get some water, get some food. And we'll be back soon with our next series. See you then. Huh. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to ESL Open Cup Americas number 235. We hope you enjoyed that short break with the brutal OST as we have returned with our next match of the night with the round of 16 with a ZVP. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have our red Zerg player representing Starlight Twinkle. It is Wayne. Just brought down Jay 2-0 in a ZVZ, but now he's up against a Protoss player as spawning in the bottom right-hand corner. We have the 12 pool. But we have the American Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing clan MBT. It is Ninja. Ninjin. Here we go. Ninja versus Wayne. Ninja did just bring down Disrespect 2-1. Went all the way to the ace match. Would have been an amazing series, but again, Ninja and Disrespect, they did go toe-to-toe. Went all the way to game 3, and Ninja has advanced on. But now he's up against one of the best Zerg players in the European region. And we'll see if Ninja can take it to Wayne. For now, Wayne going for the 12 pool. Is going to be amassing Lings. The drone is being very cheeky. Wayne's going for an all-in. He's going for an all-in. Wayne is spicing things up already here. Lings are amassing. The drone is headed towards the natural base, going for a hatch block or even just a proxy hatch here in the wall. We have options for Wayne as a drone has arrived. And Ninja, how does he respond? How does he react? He spots the worker. He spots the drone. And here comes the hatch. Hatchery has been thrown down. We need a wall. We need a wall off. We need a zealot as well. Probe Scout does confirm that the spawning pool was early, that the hatchery is late, that it's a 12 pool. Ninja, he's seen everything he needs to. There we go. Second pylon. He's walling up. Zealot is on the way. There is going to be a lot of surface area available here on this gateway. We'll see if we can make use of that. Lings have arrived. Zealot going straight for the hatchery initially. Hatchery is under fire. Lings are going to be slipping in. They're going for the Zealot. Up! Going for the surround. No! They go for the surround. They don't quite get it. Probe goes down. Zealot does manage to slip away. Does avoid the surround. More boys being pulled. Lings buying time and going for the pylon. They do go for the pylon here. Pylon under fire. More Lings are amassing. But we do have a second Zealot. Yeah, second Zealot has arrived. Oh, we do barely wall off. Just in time. So far, not too bad here at a Ninja. Another probe does fall. Lings getting low. They do slip into the main. And Ninja's holding. Ninja, he's holding quite well here. The Zealot gets surrounded, but at this point, the Lings are too low. Yeah, they don't have enough HP. Lings are shut down. The hatchery does complete. And now, Wayne, he's forced to drone. He's forced to expand back at home. Wayne is transitioning out of this. And Ninja has survived. Now, the downside is that Ninja's stuck on one base. Ninja's stuck on one base economy, but we're getting into our adept production. Cybercore is done. Warp Gate is being researched. And with our adepts, we can shade across the map, and we can get damage done. Can get damage done here. Queen does morph in. The Queen is going to be shut down. This is, a rough loss here for Wayne. Expensive loss there. The Queen falls. Creep Tumor as well. Lings do bring down one Zealot. Second Zealot as well. Not bad. We bring down the Zealots. Lings, they slip into the main. They're getting eyes on any further tech. And the hatchery is standing strong. The hatchery is forcing a big delay here in the expansion. Allowing Wayne to drone. Wayne, he's droning up as hard as he can. Oh, but that's a lot of adepts though. We're about to have 6. So what I'm concerned by the time the hatchery falls, we're gonna have 6, maybe even we're gonna have more than that actually. Fine. We're gonna have 7, maybe even 9 adepts. Twilight Council's on the way. This could be for Glaives or even Dark Templar. And by the time this army moves out across the map, because of the gasless style here of Wayne, there's no link speed. It's gonna be very difficult to keep up with the adepts. There's no roaches, there's no banelings either. Wayne, he's gonna be in trouble. He's gonna be in trouble here with this move out. As the adepts, they turn back around upon seeing these Lings. So, Ninja is delayed. We'll focus down the Lings. This is giving Wayne the time he needs for a Spine Crawler. Again, he realizes how much danger he's in. Spine Crawler's on the way. Lings are cleaned up, and here it comes Ninja. We're going into Glaives, not Dark Templar. is moving out across the map. Roach Warren's on the way for Wayne. Getting into 2 more gases. We have 3 queens. We have how many lings? 14 lings. We come into the shade. And we hold the lings back a little bit further there. And now we go for the surround. Oh! Pulling away. Spine crawler's done. Adepts, they shaded to the main. Yeah, they commit to the shade. Drones are getting picked up. Oh, we should be getting some workers. For now, we're distracted by the lings. We get 2 drones. Not a bad surround, but the lings are being cleaned up. Thankfully, these are vanilla adepts. But we got 5 drone kills. 5 workers go down. And Wayne doesn't really have the best economy to begin with. And we're not done. Here come the glaives. Now, I'm curious as to how many adepts we can even warp in. Ninja, he's on 3 gateways. He's going 3 gate glaive adepts. Remember, Ninja is only on 1 base economy, so he doesn't have the biggest bank to really work with here. There's potential here for Ninja, but at the same time, Wayne can survive this. He can hold. You know, we've got our 3 queens and spine at the natural. The main base is exposed. Prism does slip in. And we're getting more drone kills. Oh, we don't quite unload. Okay, there we go. A little bit delayed. And now threatening the mineral line. Getting 1 drone, but we bleed out in the depths. And 2 drone kills for 2 adepts. That is not worth it for Ninja. Considering that we invested into glaives, we need more damage. And now we're going into a dark shrine. Okay. We're doing it all. Glaives into DTs. But these glaive adepts have been a little bit lackluster. 3 drone kills. It's okay. We get 3 workers. We warp in more depths. You're catching a tumor. And we're still looking for more damage. Getting some more drones. Not bad. Abusing the low queen counts. Only 4 queens. Nice target firing as well. Ooh. Does cost us another adept. And both players are settling into their 2 base economies. Wayne has not expanded. This 3rd base is late for Wayne. And we are not done. We're merely hitting our next form. A Dark Shrine has completed and shows the DTs. Do we have any detection? Uh-oh. No spores. No, there is an overseer across the map. The game may just end. The game may just end here and now. DTs in the main, DTs into the natural. And we're not ready for this. No detection whatsoever. And Ninja, can we cause an upset here? Overseer is on the way, just now morphs in. The Overseer does morph into the natural. We shut down the initial DTs, but we're still wreaking havoc in the main. We got 7 drone kills. 8 drone kills. Ninja representing NA right now. Let's go. He is making Wayne bleed. And Wayne's still struggling to catch back up. We have Archon production behind this. Ninja taking a 3rd, on par with the 3rd base of Wayne. Like, Ninja's economy is looking pretty good. Like, comparable to the Zerg. It's looking even better. Joke coming back in. Again, as a reminder, limited anti-air from Wayne, limited queens. We only have 3 queens, 1 to inject each base. So we're lacking anti-air. We go for the Ravagers, we get 1 Ravager. Very nice pickup. Back at home, getting into Immortal production, getting ready for the Roach counterattack. Immortals are amassing. Forge is on the way for +1. The Bay, ooh, a little bit greedy here, but we're working towards the Bay. We don't actually have a lot of stack defense, which is what I'm concerned about. Wayne has not been droning. Wayne is on 48 workers. He's been focusing on Roach Ravager instead. As we get another Ravager. Every unit counts. Every little bit does help. More drone kills here. Wayne, he's forced into the all-in. We have to go. That's going to be 9 drone kills. Oh my god. 9 workers. And we're pushing. Wayne, he's committed. One way or another, the game is about to end. Either Wayne kills a ninja or he dies trying. Ninja, no shield batteries at the natural. Uh-oh, we have a shield battery at the third, but nothing at the natural base. Not ideal here for Ninja. We go for the third initially. Depower the shield battery. Immortals though, they're coming in and there's not that much for a Ravager actually. Immortals, they can hold their own. Boys are being pulled. We can afford to lose workers. 1 Immortal goes down. And so does the second. There's still 1 Immortal left. The Changelings, they lock him down. Oh my god. Wayne, calm down. The Changelings, they lock the Immortal in place. The Immortal gets biled. And Wayne is pushing forward. And again, no shield battery here at the natural. The Nova went off. Not the best connection. The wall is falling. We have 17 probe kills. And we're busting into the natural. And Ninja not ready for this. No shield battery, no overcharge. Cannons know nothing. The Nova graces the army, gets a handful of roaches, but it looks like Wayne has done it. We have broken through. GG gets called, and Wayne takes game number 1. Oh my god, that was wild. GG. For Wayne to bring down the Changelings and trap that Immortal, that was insane. But not just that, also, unfortunately, Ninja was just woefully underprepared, was not ready for the all-in. Did have Immortals, like the army composition was good, a little bit greedy working towards the Disruptor, but no side defense. No side defense that told us that, again, Ninja did miss the move out. He was unaware of the all-in. He was doing amazingly though. He was killing so many drones with the Adepts, with the DTs, with the Archons. He did force the all-in. He did cripple the economy. But that was only the first step. We also had to survive the all-in that we did force out, and alas, we weren't able to. Weren't quite ready for it. GG. Game 1 in the books, but that was a nail biter of a game. Like that was wild. That was very tense, very close. Ninja definitely had his own moments, and now I imagine that Wayne is not going to go for the 12 pool. As a reminder, winding it back if you missed out on the start of the game, Wayne started with a 12 pool proxy hatch, and honestly it fell on its face. The 12 pool and the proxy hatch, or the hatch block, did not do enough damage. Did not do enough damage. That is why Wayne struggled in the early game. That's why he was so vulnerable to the Adept harass afterwards, the Adept drop play afterwards as well, and the DTs and the Archons. Was just a really rough start for Wayne, and he struggled. He was definitely shaky in the follow-up, but in the end he did embrace the all-in and pulled his way back in. GG. GG, well played. And with that, we have a lead for Wayne, and we're getting ready for game number 2. We're getting ready for the rest of this series. See what that map is going to be. Just waiting for our players. Just waiting. Just going to be lying in wait. I don't see many other updates either. But we have our lobby. There we go. We have our lobby. We have our map. It is going to be Site Delta for game number 2. We are going to be loading into Site Delta. And again, I imagine that Wayne is going to avoid the 12 pools. It's gonna, we're going to calm things down, Pappy. Calm things down. Sick move with those changelings. It was beautiful. It's very rare, but there are certain like micro tricks that happen every now and then. For Zerg, it's changelings, right? It's very rare to see changelings come to play to body block. It happens like once a month, maybe once every couple of months. It's very rare, actually. Very rare to see that in a competitive game. To see changelings lock down an army like that. Another big one is mules. We have seen players like Bjorn. Bjorn has done it. Vindicta's done it. Some like very micro-intensive Terran players, where similarly to changelings, you can mule if you have vision and lock down an army. You can mule, you can wall a section off, and to try to catch like a retreating, like I don't know, retreating like Protoss army, like Stalkers for example, or other units like Roaches. It's very rare to see it, especially for Terran. Like, mules are expensive, right? Because it's costing you resources, but it can look amazing if you pull it off. Meanwhile, here we go. We're getting into game number 2, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of side Delta, we have our red Zerg player representing Starlight Twinkle, leading the series 1-0 after a very intense game. It is Wayne. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player representing Clan MB Deep. Down in the series, can he bounce back? It is Ninja, the American Protoss. Here we go, we're selling in, and I see a forge. Oh my god, we're going for a cannon rush? Okay, the probe scout does confirm the standard hash gas pool. It is a standard opener, the pylons are being thrown down, and this is a macro cannon rush. What do I mean by that? Well, it was a gate first. Gate into forge into delayed cannons. The goal for this opener should be, the goal of this build should be to force a cancel at the natural and expand. The goal should be to expand, and there we go, we force a cancel already. The hatchery is denied. The wall-off did complete, forcing the unnatural natural. We cancel the pylons, and we couldn't even cancel the cannon, and here's the expansion. Looks like the cannon will finish, but there's the expansion. So again, this is a quote-unquote macro cannon rush out of Ninja. He's not committing, he's just forcing a reaction. Okay, we're going for a second cannon on the high ground, within range of the spawning pool, actually. Oh my god. Like, thankfully for Ninja, the spawning pool is exposed, so we can lay siege upon it. That's going to force a big reaction out of Wayne. Ninja does confirm the second base, and do we go for another cannon? We do! We're setting up for a second cannon rush. And the problem is, Wayne sees this, but what can Wayne do? Wayne, he's locked in his main. Remember, no lings, we're just now getting a queen. We have 2 cannons to delay any kind of aggression or any kind of army. And here it comes, the next wave of cannons. There we go, Ninja going full NA, Poppy, let's go. Roaches are on the way, they will eventually break out. Queen taking a lot of hits. That's 2 cannons, and back at home, we should be working on our next step. Should be working on warp gates, stalkers, getting ready for the roach aggression. Ninja has gotten eyes on the roach warren. Roaches have been revealed. And 3 roaches will knock this down. Oh, ooh, we get 1 roach kill though. A bit of miscontrol out of Wayne. Bleeds out a roach. Meanwhile, cannons laying siege upon the base itself. Roaches are walling on out. Ravagers are now on the way. And we're going into not a robot for immortals, we're working towards a Stargate and Void Rays. Void Rays will completely shut this down. If Wayne were to go for an all-in, Void Rays will just shut it down completely. They're on the way. Meanwhile, the base under fire, down to half HP. Can we get it? Can we focus on the hatchery? A couple of hits going off on the Roach Ravager. We get 1 Roach, we get 1 Ravager. The base will survive. Yeah, the base will live. Wayne will clean this up, but it costs him a lot. Looking at the unit slots tab, it costs us 2 Roaches and 1 Ravager. And Wayne, he's going for the all-in. Link speed is on the way. Lings are amassing Roaches as well. We're using the space just for larva. And back at home, Oracle. Oh, Oracle first. Ninja back. I'm getting deja vu. I'm getting deja vu from game 1. Remember what happened in game 1 when Ninja crippled the economy and forced the all-in and then died to the all-in? I'm seeing it here as well. Oracle instead. Second Oracle on the way. Ninja doesn't realize how much danger he's in. And here comes the Roach Ravager. Now, we can focus on the Ravagers with the Pulsar Beam, that is true. But we needed a Void Ray, and with supply blocks. Oh, God, no. Ninja supply blocks. Overcharges pop. We can focus on the cannon. We get 1 more pile. Cannon stands strong. The overcharge. Oh, my God. The overcharge putting in a lot of work. We focus on 1, 2, 3 Ravagers. There's 1 Ravager left. Shield battery still standing strong. Boys are being pulled. The vials. Ooh, massive connection. 5 probes go down. Oh my god. The vial was insane. We have another Oracle on the way. We focus on the first Stalker, and we're breaking through. Yeah, we're focusing on the pylons that will depower the production. Second Oracle has arrived, but it may just be too much. Yeah, another pile. Oh my god. We got 16 probe kills. We depower everything here on the low ground. And Wayne, he has done it. The Oracles, the problem is they're running out of energy. They're running out of energy. They're running out of resources. And there's nothing to stop the tide of Zerg. Flooding into the natural, flooding into the main base. There's literally nothing to defend. We barely get enough energy for one more Pulsar Beam. We have one more Overcharge as well. Ooh, the Gateway's repowered. But the Overcharge is about to run out. And the Gateway, we do morph in that Adept just barely. But we break down the front door. GG gets called, and Wayne takes the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Wayne will take the series, but a shout out to Ninja because both in game 1 and in game 2, there were some good moments for him. There were some good moments. GG, well played. Congratulations. Wayne will advance on into the next round. My condolences to Ninja, but again, that was an entertaining series. It was a nail-biter. Wayne did not get through this series unscathed, both in game 1 and in game 2. Ninja, again, he was able to cripple the economy, force the all-ins, likewise do something similar in game number 2, but unfortunately the all-ins were hitting a little bit too hard, and Ninja was not able to prepare in time for them. Again, going into Oracles was a bold move to harass across the map. Likewise, in the previous game, no sack defense to defend against the all-in either. No shield batteries in game 1. Here in game 2, we had the overcharge we were holding for a while there, but there's only so much we can do in that position, as it was a late reaction, a late realization of what was happening. And with that, GG. And as we get ready for our next series, a big shout out to Blaker Dudes in the chat. God, thank you so much for the gifted bits. Thank you so much for the bits. We do appreciate it. Do appreciate the support here on the CranKy Ducklings. It's thanks to the support that we get from the chat, whether it's with subscriptions, donations, bits. We're able to do this as much as we do, cast as much as we do. So thank you. Thank you. Do appreciate it. Do appreciate it. As we are going to be settling into the bracket. Exclamation mark B in the chat. Let's have a look at the bracket together and figure out what's going on and any big updates. Any big updates, any big upsets. Dark takes down Cicidus 2-0. Cicidus? Takes down his opponent 2-0, advancing on to the quarterfinals, waiting for some more matches to wrap up. We have Inexorable versus Berry Crunch. We still have Mute versus Silky. It looks like we still have not had any updates in the round of 32. But Dark is going to be waiting for quite some time. Scrolling down, we have Wayne. Wayne advancing on to the quarterfinals, waiting for the winner of Estrella and Heaven. That is our next series. We're going to be following Estrella and Heaven into Wayne. That is where we want to focus our attention on. Oh. And let's see if we can slip into some DMs and figure out what is happening. Okay. Looks like we do have an update. Looks like Estrella and Heaven have completed. And we'll see what the result is. We'll keep an eye on them. I believe Estrella should be advancing on, but we'll see. Upsets, they can occur. Just we'll update our lovely admin here with the scores, and we have our update. We have confirmation. It is Estrella taking down Heaven 2-0, and up next we have Wayne versus Estrella in a PvZ. That is our next series. It's going to be a banger of a ZVP. Winner goes up against the winner of the upper quarterfinals. So yeah, the upper quarterfinals is taking a little bit longer. It's some delays are occurring here, but I'm sure they'll be able to catch up momentarily. Scrolling down, we do have our next series, our next set of updates. Bjorn takes down Hapsaya 2-0. Bjorn also waiting in the quarterfinals. So Bjorn and Dark waiting their respective quarterfinals matches. Scrolling down, Geralt takes down J Money, and Geralt is up against Pig in the round of 16. I don't know if Pig is playing random or Terran or Zerg or Protoss. I don't know what Pig competes as, but regardless, best of luck to Pig. Geralt is the heavy favorite, and Geralt is going to face off against Bjorn in the quarterfinals. Best of luck to El Piguelito. El Chanchito, best of luck. Scrolling down, oh my! That that was not meant to happen. An upset did occur. I was praising Sort of earlier for bringing down Estrella. I was also talking about his, Sort of's tech issues about his PC crashing last week. But I don't think that was the case here, because that is not a walkover. That is a 2-0. Maples, Mape the Ape himself, known for cheesing, known for all-ins, known for cannon rushes. Maples, he takes down Sort of 2-0. I'm in shock. I am in shock there. That is crazy. Maples with a massive upset brings down Sort of, and now Maples up against Clem. That should have been Sort of. Well, that's what I'm talking about here. Again, upsets, they do occur, even though we have favored players. You know, things like this can happen, especially in the Americas region. Honestly, I'm surprised Maples made it past Yan. This 1-0 scoreline usually means a walkover, so that is unfortunate, but it looks like Yan did not play against Maples. Yan was the favored player against Maples, and he could have made a deeper run, but alas, like crazy results. Like Maples going far. And now up against Clem in the lower quarterfinals. So the bracket is really getting underway, and for the most part, quarterfinals are occurring, right? We have Maples versus Clem, we have Bjorn waiting, we have our series Wayne versus Estrella. It's just the upper half of the bracket that is a little bit behind. So because of that, I mean, we'll see. We'll try to follow Wayne versus Estrella into the upper semis, but again, if these matches take too long, we might head on over to the lower half of the bracket instead. We might jump onto like some Clem or Bjorn matches, or some of those series. So we'll see. See what happens. We shall see. Ooh, as it looks like Bjorn series has begun. Okay. Okay, so Geralt did just bring down Pig, and Geralt versus Bjorn has started. This series is underway. Just as an update. So yeah, 3 quarterfinals matches are beginning at the same time. Like Clem versus Maples, Bjorn versus Geralt, and Estrella versus Wayne, all starting at the same time. It's just yeah, the upper half a little bit behind. Yeah, they got some catching up to do. Wish them the best. Do wish them the best. Just catching up in the chat. Oh, we appreciate you too. Oh, gracias, gracias. Esther C. Graham. Yo, I see Binsky in the chat as well. Ah, the pasta boy himself, Binsky. Used to go by Spaghetti as an online ID. Yeah, Maple's popping off. True. Is popping off. But yeah, for now we're going to be going on a... Oh, never mind. I was going to say we're going on a short break, but we have our lobby. We have our series. Vetoes are done, and Estrella versus Wayne is upon us. Estrella, of course, is the best player in all of the Americas. Meanwhile, Wayne coming in as a heavy hitter from Europe. If you're maybe unfamiliar, I would say Wayne is top... Would I say top 4 Zerg player in Europe? When I think of the top Zerg players, I think you've got Cyril, you've got Ragnar, of course, as top 2. Followed by Alazer and Lambo. They're interchangeable as 3 and 4. Yeah, number 5, I would say Wayne. I would say Wayne is top 5 Zerg in Europe. Sometimes even vying for the upper slots as well. Against Alazer and Lambo. But here we go. We are jumping in. We have our lobby. We have our game. And game 1 is going to be on Oceanborn. Let's go. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our American Protoss player, the Blue Protoss representing Team Protoss Pro. It is Estrella. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the Red Zerg player, representing Starlight Twinkle SLT. It is Wayne. Here we go. Ooh. Again, we've been looking for this series. We've been looking at these 2 players from the beginning of the tournament, and now they're finally facing off to determine who makes it to the semifinals, who makes it into the top 4. As the probe scout does come in, Wayne forced to take the unnatural natural. So far, standard opener. We just featured a very aggressive ZVP between Wayne and Ninja, and we could be seeing something similar. Estrella can also be a very chaotic player, very hard to read. That's why we love Estrella. He does think outside the box. He does often come up with his own builds. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. It's always entertaining though. it's always entertaining watching Estrella. And not saying he only has to rely on quirky builds. He can whip them out, but he can also play standard, right? Like, that's the strength of Estrella, is his unpredictability. Well, he is unpredictable even. So he's hard to read, hard to keep up with. We'll see what he does bring to the table. Here we go. As of now, Hatchcast pull out of Wayne, standard opener. This time no crazy pull first or 12 pull shenanigans. Likewise, gate expand here from Estrella into the Cybercore. Estrella always does this, by the way. Like, the wall-off is looking a little bit vulnerable with the pylon, with the exposed pylon. But really, he's just baiting you in, and we shouldn't really be seeing a big reaction out of Wayne. Let's get eyes on the wall, and it is going to be joining up. We're easing our way into game 1. Now again, Estrella also really in form at the moment. He is going to be competing in the Esports World Cup. Estrella is confirmed for EWC as the American seed, as a seed from the Americas. So Estrella, I'm sure, is practicing hard, training hard, customs, ladder, competing in these online weeklies. Estrella, even last week, made it to the finals. For those who were here for it, Estrella, he took down Björn. Estrella took down Björn last week in the semis, and Estrella went up against Clem in the grand finals. Estrella went down in the finals to Clem, but Estrella made a series out of it. He did take a game. Went all the way to game 4, if I remember correctly. Almost game 5. I still remember that the final series. I was casting with Chicken Man and Estrella. He wasn't looking too bad. He had his own moments. He even had his own leads in that final game, but did slip away in the end against Clem. No shame in that. But we'll see if Estrella can make another finals run. Lings pushing forward. Oh, not quite getting the Adept. Adept does shade away. Does barely shade away. Lings moving out across the map. We can see Wayne trying to punish that Adept, and can he get it? Oh, oh. They're going for it. The Adept under fire, and it looks like the Adept is going to go down. Not a bad pickoff here from Wayne. Meanwhile, we have the third base. Again, Stargate opener into Oracle. Standard opener here out of Estrella is moving out. Does force the Lings back. And interesting, that is a Twilight Council before the base is even halfway done. So a very fast Twilight Council here out of Estrella. If this was any other player, I would assume this was Glaives. I would assume this would be, yeah, okay. This should be Glaive Adepts. I say that we have 3 gateways for now. I just realized we did not get a second gateway on the low ground, so 3 gate Glaives for the time being. We should be seeing another gateway momentarily. The other option is that this could be charge. We have seen Trigger play around with a charge-based follow-up. Meanwhile, drones are going down. We get 2 workers here at the third, but just 2 workers. Acceptable losses for Wayne. And it is not charge. We're going into Blink. Now, very few players embrace this. Hero does this quite often. What Hero does is he goes into a fast Twilight Council into Blink, and this leads into Blink Aggression into a 3-base all-in. Into like 8 gates and just non-stop Blinkstalker aggression. I'm curious if Estrella goes in that direction as well. Forge is on the way for +1. Again, Blink is going to be very fast for Estrella. That does mean that he can be more active, faster, sooner on the map. Speaking of, that's why he's moving out. You know, the Stalkers are already hitting the field. You could argue this is a little bit bold of Estrella, but we have the Oracles to support, like so. They zone the Lings away, and we catch an Overlord. Overlord goes down, we go for the Queens. Oh! Queens under fire. Estrella rotating over. As Australia does dip in between the bases, clearing up some creep, does get 2 tumors, rotating over towards the 4th. And can Australia force a cancel? Meanwhile, at the same time, Wayne is embracing mass Ling. +1 melee on the way. Lings are amassing as we speak. They delay any kind of 4th base. Blink is not yet done. Oh, just before Blink, we get 1 Stalker kill. Blink now completes. We do manage to get away. Clutch Blink there out of Australia, but Lings, oh, they are denied. Stasis Trap goes off. Australia holds his own. Again, very efficient trades. Australia only losing 1 Stalker for 27 Lings. Very efficient trade. Australia didn't get the cancel, unfortunately. Did not cancel the base, but will back off. Does back off. Again, he's traded well, making use of that early Blink timing. And we are expanding. We are taking the 4th base. Wayne is forcing a cancel. Just barely. Just in time to do cancel. And more Lings are amassing again. A very Ling-heavy style out of Wayne. Going for the natural. Astray will respond. It does get the full wall off. The Lings are denied, and Astray is taking up. He's expanding, taking 4th base, and taking up into a Robo, into Temple Archives. Charges on the way, +1 is finishing. Astray getting into the mid-game in a very unique way. As I mentioned before, like, we don't often see 3-gate Blink into a 4th like that. It's very unique there from Australia. But with that build, he was able to be hyper aggressive. He was able to shave off so many 47 Lings. 47 Lings going down for 1 Stalker and 3 Adepts. Like the trades have been impressive. The downside for Australia is his 4th. His 4th was cancelled twice, or cancelled once and denied the 2nd time. Oracles, they get 5 drone kills across the map. Very nice damage. It does feel like Australia's in the driver's seat. Wayne is still recovering. Wayne is getting up to 4 bases. 5th base is on the way. His economy is still getting up and running, and we are embracing Ling Hydra. Okay. Now, Wayne has an option. He has a choice to make. He can either go Ling Hydra into Hive Tech, but I don't see an infestation pit. I don't see a pit. I don't see a lurker den. I don't see a hive on the way, which means Wayne is committing. I say that. There's the infestation pit now on the way after we invested into the army, and we catch an Immortal. Immortal gets called out. It's a very nice pick off here from Wayne. And as he's flooding everything across the map, Storm isn't done. Storm just barely not done. We get 1 High Templar. We get 1. We're going to get 2. Massive catch here. Wayne catching Astray with his pants down. The pants, they were all the way down, Papi. Completely exposed. Again, Storm is 1 second away. We have 1 Storm. Massive connection on the Lings. But that cost us 3 High Templar. Like, Wayne hit just at the perfect moment, just at the perfect time, and we had 1 Storm, but we don't have another. No Storms left. High Templar goes down. Australia getting caught just before we could really get going. Just before we could really stand up. And Wayne is knocking Australia down. Lings, they busted. Oh, they're being cleaned up at the 4th. We only got 5 probe kills. Australia, he's holding. He's barely holding on. We're running out of Lings, but Hydras, they get into the base. They get into the mineral line. Probes are going down. Ay. 14 probe kills. Finally, some economic damage. And behind this, Wayne is taking him into a hive. Hive, lurker den. Lurkers are on the way. The 4th base has been broken. And Australia, he won't be able to get into his final form. Not this time. Not anymore. Gets 4 drones across the map. We collapse in once again. No Storms. We needed more time. The High Templar are not ready. Overcharge gets popped. Shield Battery gets focused down. The Archons, the production. It's all under fire. Wayne backing up for now. Now remember, Wayne was staying on a low drone count. He was doing this all off of 69 workers. Nice. But off of only 69. Now he's droning. Now we're droning up. Now we're focusing on our economy. Australia survives, but is he really living? Like, Australia, he still has some recovering to do here. Reprobing, building up his army once again. And because Australia is stuck at home, that means that Wayne is free to tech. That means he is safe and sound and free to drone and tech up into lurkers. Even into Vipers as well. No Vipers yet, but we're getting there. We are getting there. Meanwhile, Australia moving out. Oracle towards the left. Zealots towards the right. The Zealots are called out. We shut down the initial zealots. Likewise, Oracle is forced back. And this makes sense. +1 air attack. At this point, because Australia lost all his momentum, I think this is the right call. Take him into Sky Toss. We're getting ready for Sky Toss. We should be looking to turtle up. There we go. We have a wall of cannons, wall of shield batteries here at the 4th. We should be doing the same here at the 3rd, just getting a defensive setup and just turtling up and working towards Sky Toss. But this does mean that Wayne is free to max out. Like, Wayne should be mass expanding. Just mass expand, max out. There's a fleet beacon on the way, as we mentioned. Again, Australia, his answer, one of his only answers, one of his only options is Sky Toss. Nice storm on the Lings. And as Australia starts to move out, the lurkers move in. Not a bad storm. Takes down one lurker. We do catch a lurker. Wayne pushing forward. I do like how aggressive Wayne is being, just to try to break Australia before Sky Toss comes into play. Yeah, lurkers are waddling in from multiple angles. Collapsing on the High Templar. Storms are being thrown down. So far, Australia is holding. Oh. We pull away from the High Templar. We shut down the main army. Very impressive defense here out of Australia. But again, it's his ideal, right? He's fighting with the help of cannons and shield batteries. He's fighting with his defender's advantage. And Wayne, he throws away a lot of supply. That was 14 lurkers. It's 14 lurkers, 7 hydras for an Archon, and 4 stalkers. Like, the gas trade here was heavily in favor of Australia. And he needs to do that again. Australia does need to do that again as Wayne is building up more lurkers. We deny the expansion. Fifth base is denied. Again, it's going to be difficult for Australia to take a 5th. Like, the 5th is so much more exposed. And Wayne still has map control, but that lead that Wayne once had is not as large as it once was. Stasis goes off. Again, High Templar in position, ready for those storms. Wayne wants to commit it towards a natural. But Australia, he rotates over, he keeps up. Lurkers, they do burrow. But here come the storms. 1, 2 storms on the army. Zealots, they collapse in. The Stasis working against the Protoss. As Wayne is gaining ground, trying to break through into the natural base. Immortals are getting low. We have 1 storm left. Here comes the mothership. And we do have Cloak. Wayne just forcing his way in. It's a one-way trip. Not going to be easy. The Zealots, they come in from the right-hand side. They look down the lurkers. They clean them up. But that's 15 probes going down. At the same time, Wayne, he hits the left-hand side, denying the 5th, going for the 4th. Yeah, Lings and lurkers, they do push in. Australia has to rotate over. He just doesn't have the supply. Having a hard time keeping up. We're going for the base. The Nexus. The Nexus gets surrounded. It's going to go down. The Nexus will fall. Australia knocked down to 3 bases. And when I say 3 bases, we're running out of resources here in the main, the natural, and the 3rd. We're running out of money. We need an expansion. Carrier production has begun, but Wayne, he's done enough. And bearing in mind that throughout all of this, Wayne, I mean, he is losing some workers now, but he's freely mining from 6 bases. Wayne has double the base count of Australia. Australia has 70 workers, but he's not mining efficiently. That's the problem here, is that Australia, he has inefficient mining. Needs a 4th and a 5th. Australia doing everything he can to harass. Ooh, but he gets punished. The prism goes down. The Zealots as well. I'm loving the lurker morph there from Wayne. Preserves the Hydra. Wayne has remaxed, and Australia has yet to really do so himself. Nice slow zone on the lurkers. Storm as well. Australia, oh my god, another massive storm. Australia taking the best fight. Oh my, we stand in the storms. That was 3 storms back to back to back. That was the best engagement that Australia could have hoped for. The storms were insane. Australia, he holds his own. Very impressive in the 4th base, getting back up and running. Lurkers, they come in for a waddle by. Just the 1 lurker. 3 probes. Oh my god, 8 probe kills. Worth it. 8 probes go down. Not a bad trade for 1 lurker. Wayne is remaxing. Again, Wayne, his economy is still more or less untouched. More or less. We're on the right-hand side. We have the main army towards the left. Again, the problem here is that Australia is having a hard time splitting up his army to defend. To defend multiple locations at once. We need an expansion. 5th base being retaken once again. Can we hold on to it? The revelation of the lurkers. Lings are moving in on the right-hand side. We have an arc and we have a storm. Multiple storms. The High Templar are exposed. The Lings, they bust in. And we get 1, we get 2, we get 3 High Templar. Massive pickoffs. Oh my god. That was brutal. 3 High Templar. Lurkers are pushing forward. Australia's being pulled apart. He will defend, but these were expensive losses for Australia. We're down to 4 High Templar. Losing essentially half of our High Templar count. Lurkers, they waddle in. They deny the base. That's all we need to do. That's the weak condition for Wayne, is just deny the 5th over and over again. That's all that needs to be done. Storm of the lurkers. Not bad. Yeah, pushing forward. Do we have another storm? We do! Oh my god, massive storm. The lurkers are going to be completely cleaned up. We shut down every single lurker. Once again, Australia taking an insane fight. And we're all in. There's no turning back. Australia has no longevity in this game. Stuck on 60 workers. We have to keep pushing. And we're gaining ground. Wayne is in trouble. Wayne just lost every single lurker. He needs time to rebuild. Wayne has the economy. Wayne has a bank. Time is working for Wayne. But that's why Australia, he's already pushing in. He's just not giving Wayne the time he needs to remax. Lings are being shut down. Hydras are exposed. And Australia, it looks like we've done it. Yeah, we have done it. GG gets called. Australia forced into the all-in. And he snowballs out of control. Australia takes game number 1. Whew. GG. Very impressive push there out of Australia. Bearing in mind that if the game had gone on any longer, if Wayne was given more time to rebuild and remax, then that would have been game. Like, Australia, he was stuck on 4 bases. He was denied the 5th time and time again. He could not expand. But those are some crazy fights. Like, we saw towards the tail end of that game, in the lead up, even in the center of the map, the storms were crazy for Australia. He was just trading as efficiently as possible. And caught Wayne out multiple times. Multiple times. Wayne was caught out, was stuck under the storms. Was stuck exposed, and yeah, with that, Australia takes the lead. Impressive. Impressive stuff here. Meanwhile, scrolling down, we do have a free win for Mape, if you ask me. True. Aye. There we go, we're getting into game 2. Looks like we're going to be loading into Site Delta. Site Delta for that second game. And here we go. Spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Site Delta, we have our American Protoss player coming back from the brink of defeat, representing Virtus Pro. It is Australia. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Zerg player representing Starlight Twinkle. Again, he was looking so good in that first game, but it did slip between his fingers. It did get out of range, out of reach. Can we bounce back? It is Wayne. I do think that both Wayne and Australia are definitely comparable here. I mean, that was a wild game 1, very back and forth. Both players had their moments. Last Australia did take it in the end. I'm hoping for an ace match. I'm hoping we can go the distance here and go all the way to game 3. We'll see if we can. See if we can. As Wayne is going hatch first. Wayne is going for a hatch gas pool. Standard opener out of Wayne. Likewise, Australia going for a gate expand into Cybercore. everything's looking as it should. Australia's being as annoying as possible, you know, is going to be mining those minerals and forcing some inefficient mining. For those that are unaware, a mineral patch can only be mined by 2 workers at a time. So with a probe in the mix, you can kind of force the drones to bounce around and to find other mineral patches. So just a little bit of a worker battle early on. Nothing too major, just some inefficient mining. As we are settling in. Are going to be settling in. And from here, if you recall, winding it back a little bit, Australia did go for a Stargate opener in Game 1. It was a Stargate into a early Twilight Council with 3-gate Blink. He was very successful with his initial Blink timing. I'm curious if we embrace the same build or if we go for a different variation. Again, typically in PvZ, Protoss have a lot of options. They can go into Glaives, they can go 4-gate Blink, they can go into Charge, even a 3-base all-in. And it isn't just that Protoss have a lot of options, but Australia himself comes up with a lot of his own playstyles and is a little bit unorthodox as well. So my eyes are definitely on Australia as we enter the mid-game. Wayne taking a third, droning up. Is just droning up. Probe, I believe, yep, did confirm the location of the 3rd base. But now Stargate opener, and that is an early Bailey nest. Oh my god, okay. Wayne, you have my attention. Wayne, he's had enough. He's had enough. He's going for a Bane Bust. You can see here 8 Lings are on the way. Bailey Nest almost done at this point. It's reaching that halfway mark. And the game will end one way or the other. Either Wayne kills Astray with the Bane Bust or he dies trying. And Astray's in the dark. Astray has yet to piece it together. So important for these Adepts to get across the map. They need to scout. They need to get eyes on the cancelled 3rd base. Oh my god, we're crazy. We cancel the 3rd. We're committed to the all-in. Lings are flooding across the map, and we avoid the Adepts. Astray's in the dark, but it's going to be a big tell once Astray realizes what's going on. He sees no base. Now he knows. Now Astray knows we need a big reaction. The Lings are here. The Lings are already here. The wall is wide open. We force a recall. Boys are being pulled. We have the Stalker. But Lings are already on the other side. No shield battery. Stalker under fire. Nice drone drilling there out of Australia. Oh my god, he saves the Stalker. The drone drill, the probe drilling even. The Stalker survives a little bit longer. We hold the line. We fully wall off. It's going to cost us probes, but we're all in. Like, the Zerg players all in anyway. We can afford to lose some workers. Australia still has a worker lead. Bailings, they smash on forward, but we have a full wall. The pylon's exposed. The pylon is the weak point here. We have more Bailings waddling in. The Oracle races back. Stalker warps in just in time. The gateway is under fire. Shield batteries in production. But Australia's holding. He has a secondary wall. He has a second wall behind this. He holds the line. GG gets called, and Australia takes the series 2-0, advancing on to the semifinals. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. Very impressive play there out of Australia. I thought it was over. The Lings, they were in the natural. They got a surround on the Stalker, but the probe drilling, the probe micro there from Australia was very impressive. He was able to get a surround on his own Stalker to save it, to reduce surface area. And not just that, because of that move, he was able to buy time. He was able to clean up the Lings. He was able to get a second wall behind the Stalker as well, just in time. It cost Australia all those probes, but his opponent was all in. Australia wasn't. Australia still was ahead in workers. He could afford to lose them, and it was worth it in the end. He was able to fully wall off in time, and the Bane Bust did fail, did crumble before Australia. GG. GG, well played. Very impressive defense there out of Australia, considering he had seconds to react. That's what the most impressive thing is, that it was a late realization of what was happening, and the Lings were already in his natural when he realized what was going on, and he had very quick decision making there out of Australia, very fast moves, and pulls it off. GG. GG, well played. Australia holds, Australia survives, and with that, we're getting ready for our next set of matches. We are getting ready for them. Okay, just trying to slip into some DMs and figure out what is going on. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. Okay, we got you, we got you. As we do switch our scenes over and catch up on the brackets. Okay, so we have some results coming in. We did mention it earlier, but we have Dark still waiting. Dark has been patiently waiting for a long time here in the upper quarterfinals. Meanwhile, we have Mute versus Inexorable. Mute took down Silky 2-1. That is very impressive. Mute is a Protoss player. Mute has been, he was an active player back in around 2018, 2019. Then Mute retired, and now he's back. Mute has made his return, and he has been looking strong as of late. He takes down Silky 2-1. Very impressive. Silky is the best Zerg player in all of China, but Mute does put an end to his reign, and now we have Mute versus Inexorable. Now, despite the return of Mute, I do favor Inexorable. He has been improving a lot, and I do expect a lot out of him as well. My expectations are high, so we'll see how they do. Currently, they're 12 minutes into the game. They're 12 minutes in, and the winner of this series goes up against Dark in the quarterfinals. And the winner of that series goes up against Estrella. As again, Estrella did bring Wayne down 2-0, is waiting in the semifinals. Scrolling down, we have Bjorn. Bjorn also takes down Geralt 2-0, and Bjorn is in the lower semifinals where he's already facing off against Clem. Clem took down Maples, so Bjorn versus Clem is mid-series. I could try to catch them mid-series, but they've already begun, and I think Steadfast is covering that. I think Steadfast is all over that, which means we may already have a first finalist. We may already have a finalist. May already have one here, as Bjorn and Clem are facing off, and we will be focusing on the upper half of the brackets. Inexorable and Mute, they just got out of game. They just got out of game, and I will try to jump into game 2. Do my best. We will try to jump in. There we go. We have our lobby. We have our players. And we have our series. Okay, so Mute is leading the series 1-0 against Inexorable. We'll see if Inexorable can bounce back as we're jumping into game number 2 on site Delta. Now, for some context here, when it comes to the overall bracket, the plan for the stream is we're going to be casting Inexorable versus Mute. It's going to lead into Dark. That's going to lead into Estrella. That's going to lead into the finals. So we have our roadmap set up for us for the cast. We have 4 matches left. 4 matches remaining in the tournament. We're just going to be following our players here from round of 16 to quarterfinals to semifinals to grand finals as well. And here we go. We're jumping in and sporting in the top left-hand corner of site Delta. We have the Peruvian Protoss player representing Team New Angels. It is Mute. Setting up the team names and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner. We have the Brazilian Terran player, the Yellow Terran, representing the Platinum Heroes down in the series, but I want to believe that he can bounce back. It is Inexorable. Going for a proxy. Let's go. Let us go. Such an amazing D by Estrella. It was very, very amazing. It was like big D. Ay. Instant recall of the depths, pull the probe just in time to save the stalker, clutch reroll. Yeah. That's good. It's good spot. Steadfast isn't casting? Oh, my okay. My apologies. I thought he was. My apologies. Wait, what? Steadfast isn't casting? Am I crazy? I'm pretty sure he was casting earlier. Okay, crazy. Okay, so I guess it's just us and Pig. I guess us and Pig, maybe Artosis. I do apologize for the lack of coverage here this week, but you know, we're doing our best to stay split up. I believe Pig is going to be covering his own series. We have ours. As I think Pig is going to try to catch Bjorn versus Clem. Meanwhile, we're focusing on our own matchup here with the proxy. We do have our proxy Reaper bunker here at the natural. The goal here, odd location for the bunker. So usually the bunker will be thrown down in the mineral line, usually either in the mineral line or behind the mineral line, and the purpose of this bunker would be to deny mining. In this location, we can't really deny too much mining though, so yeah, an odd location for the bunker. Reaper does dip in, going for probe kills. How well can we micro? Oh, so far so good, we got one! One probe goes down, but the Stalker has arrived. The Reaper is a bit trapped, and can we escape? It looks like we cannot. Stalker shot goes off, the Reaper gets completely shut down. And even though we have a bunker, there's nothing to really make use of it. Meanwhile, behind this, oh my god, we have a Cyclone follow-up. Hyper aggressive here out of an Inexorable, going for what looks to be almost a one base all in. I say almost because, are we even going to throw down the CC? Oh, we have the money for it. We should be. Yeah. There it is. Command center's on the way. It is a little bit delayed. It is a little bit late. Oh, the Stalker got trapped. Oh, that was a rough miss rally there from Mute, forced to recall the Stalker. But the shield battery is done, and you can see that we're just mining freely. We're mining here in the mineral line. The bunker isn't really threatening too much, and we have to get the hell out of here. Reaper will escape, and the bunker is going to be salvaged. Bunker is salvaged, and this opener was less than ideal for Inexorable, bearing in mind that Inexorable delayed its expansion for this as well, so yeah, a rough start for our Terran player. We'll see if we can recover, we'll see if we can bounce back. As Mute is working towards a second choice, going for a Twilight Council opener into Blink. Gateways are on the way. And Inexorable is expanding. I see in the chat. Steadfast got off early because he wasn't feeling well. Oh, I see. I hope. Wish him the best. Wish Steadfast the best. Hope he gets better. It's always one of those things where we're always pressured to like cast and to power through. But if he's not feeling well, then you know, hopefully he can rest and recuperate and feel better for his next broadcast. For I imagine next week's ESL Open Cups. I think that's mainly what he does cover. But now, moving out, going for our initial drop with our Cyclone. Inexorable is finally expanding, but has some recovering to do economically. And he's going for the Artosis Pylon. Pylon is under fire. His Stalkers late to react, late to respond, not in position, and the Pylon is going to go down. Just barely. But it's going to cost us everything. Was it worth it? I mean, sure, we get the Pylon, we delay Blink, but it costs us the entire drop. We clean up the army. That is a really nice delay on Blink, though. Without Blink, Mute, he's going to have a hard time being aggressive. He's going to have a hard time being active on the map. We have the Bay follow-up, so it looks like 2-gate Blink into a Bay, into a delayed third. Mute's playing very, I was going to say very safe, somewhat safe here. Basically, he's ensuring he has Colossus production before he expands. So a relatively safe play there from Mute. Meanwhile, Inexorable building up. The Observer does confirm the 3-1-1. Stim is on the way, building up a bio-based army. We're getting there. See in chat, I've seen Bunker on the front a lot recently, usually trying to get the Pylon, I think. Kind of. So we have seen, I know what you're referring to. You're referring to, we have seen the Bunker in between the Pylon and the Nexus to reduce surface area and to maintain the bunker itself. That we have seen, but that's not what we saw here. Where usually we would see the bunker right next to right in between the Pylon and the Nexus. And that is to shut down the Pylon, but also barely within range of the mineral line. Here it was a little bit further out. It was interesting to say the least. Meanwhile, Stalkers, Blink is now done. We are going to be pushing in. Pushing in, alas, the Bio Army does force the Blink. Oh, that is a second stim, though. That's a lot of stimming here for the Bio Army, and we do not catch the Stalkers. And not quite worth it, bleeding out more Marines. Rough losses for Inexorable. Behind this, we already have our first Colossus. We spoke about it, but the third base was delayed, and with that, we're getting to a second Colossus. Gateway explosion on the horizon as well. Mute is building up towards his Colossus-based army. Meanwhile, Inexorable is not going for a 2-base all-in. That is a third CC on the way. Inexorable is building up likewise. Building up towards his own third. Does catch the Observer. Nice pickup. Observer gets shut down. Is going to be shut down as here we go. We are pulling the button. Okay, never mind. When I saw the third base, I'm like, okay, that means he's not going for an all-in, right? Well, let's throw down the third and just send it anyway. The boys have been pulled one way or another. The game is about to end. And because we're sending it across the map. Now, unfortunately, there are Colossus. There's already 2 Colossus. One at the natural, one at the third. We have a shield battery, an overcharge at the third base as well. The army has arrived. And can we break through? The first Colossus is exposed. Yeah, massive pickup. First Colossus goes down instantly. The third Colossus has arrived. Does swipe away with the SCVs. Tanks do siege, but they're not quite within range. They're a little bit further back, not really threatening too much. Remember, time is on Mute's side. Extra warpins are getting off. And we have not quite another Colossus on the way, but charge is not done. Uh-oh. That's a lot of slow lots here for Mute. Tanks are slowly pushing forward. Liberator has arrived. We have a bunker behind this. 2 bunkers even. To create some SimCity to work against the army of Mute. Charge has begun. Archons are amassing. I mean, this position is looking pretty heavily fortified for Inexorable, but ooh. Big swipes going up. We get the pylon. We depower the shield battery. Not bad. Shield battery is depowered. Oh. And Inexorable, he's slowly pushing forward, but again, the longer this goes on, the harder it's going to be. Lib shot's going up. Second Lib has arrived. And we are gaining ground. It is going to be difficult for this secondary army to really collapse on this from behind. Getting free shots off. Robes are falling. We're pushing up the ramp. Are pushing in. Robo is under fire. And we're waiting for the moment for Mute to pull the trigger. We're waiting for that moment. The Liberator's getting a lot of value here. Oh, the SCVs get thrown away. The SCVs were on a move. That means that much less support for the army. There is no storm. More Archons. Big Lib shots going off. Free damage. Not bad. And Mute's still building up. Charge has completed. Mute gonna try to catch reinforcements. This is something that we could have done earlier. This is a little bit late from Mute to catch these reinforcements. I mean, we do get some free Marines. Marines are going down. Inexorable working his way into the main. And this ramp, this choke point is gonna be brutal. How does Mute push down this? Oh, he's just going for a base trade. I like this. Yeah, we just ignore the army. We just get it. We just move out across the map. We break into the natural, pushing into the main base. There's not much to defend back at home. The base trade is upon us. Yeah, the buildings they have to lift. They have to get the hell out of there. The SimCity is left exposed. Left on its own. Inexorable gaining ground. Oh! Is pushing in. Here we go. The bunkers are being cleaned up. The E-base as well. Zealous, a bust into the main. They deny any kind of production. What you see is what you get for Inexorable. Okay, what do we have? Okay, we have 4 tanks. We have 3 Liberators. Sieging up the ramp. And we're collapsing in. The boys are being pulled. Liberators are going down. The tanks are exposed. Yeah, we get every single tank. And the Bio Army on its own, it crumbles. GG gets called. Mute will defend. And Mute takes the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. I was concerned that Mute was taking too much time to counterattack across the map and to catch reinforcements, but we got there in the end. And likewise, Inexorable, sure, he was gaining ground and he was pushing forward, but alas, he just didn't have enough to keep going. Again, he threw away a lot of SCVs earlier as well, which would help to buffer the army, and again, he was just bleeding out a little bit too much over time. Mute was able to pick him apart. And with that, GG. Mute will take the series, and Mute advances on to face off against his next opponent. Finally, Dark can play. Fun fact, Dark has been waiting for an hour. I can see here, Dark has been on his previous score screen for 55 minutes. He's been waiting an hour for his match, and finally, it's here. Finally, it is here. As we're getting ready for our PvZ, Dark versus Mute is coming up next. As a reminder, winner goes up against Estrella in the next round. Winner does go up against Estrella. We are setting up. Once we get into the semifinals, I will be opening up predictions. Until then, no predictions yet. We're holding off. We're holding off. Here we go. Man, Dark versus Mute. Vetoes are currently underway. And do we have any other updates? Do we have our first finalist? Again, Bjorn and Clem are mid-series, and so far, no results. Quickly checking, Pig should be covering that. I'm hoping he is. Let me just check his channel. There we go. Yeah. Okay, so Pig is casting Clem versus Bjorn. They're currently in Game 2. Clem is leading versus Bjorn 1-0. Now, I imagine Clem versus Bjorn has the potential to go to the ace match. I'm hoping for a Game 3 between Clem and Bjorn, but otherwise, Clem, he's one step closer to becoming our finalist. He's on the way. As a reminder, Clem was last week's champion for ESL Americas. It was Clem versus Estrella in the finals, and Bjorn actually couldn't play against Clem. He was denied that. Winding it back, and I recommend the VODs, Bjorn fell to Estrella last week. Estrella, he brought Bjorn down and denied Bjorn a chance to face off against Clem. Now they can face off. A little bit sad to see that Estrella and Bjorn this week are avoiding each other. I would have loved to have seen a rematch between them. I would have loved to have seen Estrella pop off again, but alas, it won't happen this time. Not this week, unless they face in the finals, which is possible. Is possible. But again, if you want to tune into Clem versus Bjorn, Pig has you covered there. We are going to be following this series into Dark. Oh, we just got an update. We just got an update. Clem just brought down Bjorn 2-0. Clem is our first finalist, which means all the casters are coming together. Pig is coming over. Enki, the Spanish caster, is coming over as well. And we're all going to be covering Dark versus Mute and the remaining series. That means Clem has some time. Update. Clem to Bjorn. Here we go. The Clem does take the series, so Clem he's gonna be waiting for a while. He has some time. Has some time to himself. As we can just settle in. Vetoes are underway, so it looks like we have some time to ourselves. We may just go on a short break just before our match. Yeah, we're going to be going on a short break here, and when we return, we will have Mute versus Dark. Until then, take this moment to get some snacks, get some water, go to the bathroom, and get ready for the tail end of the tournaments. Again, where we're kind of running out of players, running out of matches. This portion of the bracket was delayed, unfortunately. It was delayed because of some longer series, but yeah, we're working our way through. We're getting there. Until then, going on a short break. See you soon. welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. I apologize for the extended delay, but we have returned and we have our next series. We have our best of 3 and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Alkion. And we have our South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, the big man himself, El Papi, Poderoso, representing Talent Esports. It is Dark. El Grande Papi himself, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss player from land of Peru, representing Team New Angels. It is Mute. Here we go. The second time that happened that I know of, I made the mistake of tabbing out. So for those who are curious, it is a very common bug. I say bug. I mean, it's not a feature, I guess it is a bug. If you're ever loading into a game of StarCraft, if you ever tab out at just as the game is transitioning from the lobby screen to the loading screen, if you tab out in that exact moment, then the game will crash. The game will crash. It happens to everyone. Yeah, it's frustrating. And I happened to be tabbing out in that moment. I was gonna type something in chat, in the Twitch chat, and yeah, I was I was probably booted from the game for that. So basically, whenever we load into a game, my hands, they're off the keyboard, Pappy. They're off the keyboard. We'll let it load in. Let's go. And for now, Hatchcat Spool, standard opener out of Dark, nothing too crazy. Likewise, Mute embracing his own opener as well. Some people were asking earlier in the chat about who Mute was. Mute is a Peruvian Protoss player. He was active back in the day. He used to go by a different ID. He used to go by the ID Andrinho, if I remember correctly. Or Andrinso. Andre something. Hold on, let me just double check that actually. I can just look it up. But he used to go by a different ID back in like 2018, 2019. He used to compete in a lot of online tournaments as well before we were active. There we go. Andrinho, that's it. Andresinho. There you go. There you go. Andrinho. Anyway, he used to go by Andre. Back in the day, but that was again many years ago. Now he has returned to competitive play somewhat. He's been laddering once again, returned for a couple of months now, and has been leveling up quite a bit, has been improving, has been climbing that ladder, you know, around 5.7, 5.8k MMR on the NA ladder, not too bad. And hey, he brought down Inexorable, very impressive stuff, and we'll see how he competes and how he compares to Dark. Dark is still the heavy favorite. Dark is still going to make a deep run and make it all the way to the finals. We'll see if anyone can stop and slow Dark down. We'll see if anyone can put an end to his run here. I mean, he's been patiently waiting for quite some time, but we'll see. We'll see what Mute has to offer. For now, Adept going to be shading in. Friends is shaded to the mineral line. Back at home, we have our Overlord Scout, and we get eyes on our tech of choice on the Stargate and the Oracle. We see all, we know all. We're good to go. We are good to go. Oh, poderoso, baby. Oh, sí. Muy poderoso. Let's go. But now everything's looking as it should. No wild deviations out of either Dark or Mute. Nothing crazy yet. Not yet. From here we are settling in. Adepts, they threaten the shade towards the natural. Lings are keeping up. So the Queens, we do cancel the shade, and Mute is going to back off. Is going to back off, just moving out with our initial oracles. It's triple oracle into a third base. So again, standard opener. Really, my eyes are on the next step here from Mute. So how we transition out of this and whether we work towards blink or charge or glaives. As the oracle is going to be denied. Meanwhile, that is a very fast lair. Let's go. Dark. He has been patiently waiting for over an hour to play his game, and now that we're in giga fast lair here out of Dark. Now this could be one of two things. This could be a Link Queen Nidus all in. We'd stay on 3 gases if that was the case. Otherwise we could go for a 4th gas geyser and work towards Hydras for Ling Hydra. We could throw down an earlier Roach one, but there's no Roach one in sight. I'm leaning towards Lurkers. Sorry, Lurkers? What? Nidus one, what I meant to say. I'm leaning towards the Link Queen Nidus all in, as there is no other tech structure. Yeah, we have plenty of Queens as well. Oracle's going to be zoned away and show us the Nidus Worm. Should be coming soon. once the layer does complete. Meanwhile, back at home, we're morphing in additional adepts. These are vanilla adepts working towards a forge and Twilight Council, +1 in Blink, I imagine. Lings are amassing. Yeah, we're going for the all-in. It's all or nothing here for Dark. There it is. There's the Nidus Worm. Nidus into the main. At the same time, Adepts are threatening a move out, but again, it's only 6 Adepts. We'll be keeping our Lings in position. We have a Ling here towards the left-hand side. We have an Overlord in the main. Where is the Nidus Worm going to be thrown down? Where do we commit? Adepts, they poke and prod. They dance with the Queens. Get some damage done. They do not commit to the shade. At the same time, Queens, they hold their own. Lings, they get across the map, and we can go for the Nidus right outside the natural, right at the front door of Mute. Lings, they threaten the third. No shield battery. And there's the Nidus Worm. No shield battery in position. No shield battery at the natural. No shield batteries at all. Uh-oh. Which means no overcharge, which means Mute, he is vulnerable. He's exposed. The pants, they're down, Papi. The pants are down. Nidus Worm does completely get a surround on 2 of these Adepts. Oracle's forced to spend their energy. Nidus Worm back into the main as well. And Mute, he's in a lot of trouble. We can bounce from the natural into the main base as well. Lings, they collapse on the main army. Oracle's there, already out of energy. The Oracle goes down. Lings are being cleaned up. A lot of Lings do fall, but the Queens are standing strong, and now we can rotate into the main. GG gets called, and Dark takes game number 1. GG in a very fast fashion. When it comes to Mutes, even though we had Oracles on the field, winding it back to what the Protoss needs to do in that position is Scout. Obviously, Scout, get eyes on the fast lair. Mute had no idea that there was a gigafast lair on the way and didn't get eyes on the gases, so because of that, had no idea or didn't have the wherewithal to throw down shield batteries, right? It's like, because we didn't realize how much danger we were in, that's why we had 0 shield batteries, 0 defensive structures whatsoever. We were lacking warp-ins, lacking units. Ideally, in that position, we would give up on the third. You would evacuate the third base and defend on 2 bases instead. Defend your main and defend your natural, and give up on the third. And even if the third is killed, you can recover. You can defend on 2 bases, you can re-expand and break out of the contain and make a game out of it and even take a lead. That's kind of the ideal from the Protoss side of things. But it all starts with the first step, and the first step is scouting. And that's unfortunately something that Mute was not able to accomplish there. And now we're getting into game 2. We're getting into that second game, loading in to Oceanborn. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Talon Esports, leading the series 1-0. It is Dark. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the Peruvian Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Team New Angels. It is Mute. Been a long time since I've seen New Angels. For those that are unaware, New Angels is a Peruvian team. They're a clan, they're a team. They used to be very active and they used to compete very often. I don't think they're active anymore, or as much as they used to be. They used to, like, you know, field a bunch of pro players and be a big part of the Latin American scene. Nowadays, Latin American scene has shrunk a little bit, so we have seen less of them being active. But that's why I'm happy to see Mute coming back. Happy to see him. Meanwhile, we do see a hatch first out of Dark, gate expand out of Mute. Everything's looking normal for now, but clearly, as we saw in the previous game, Dark is willing to be hyper aggressive. I mean, it's Dark we're talking about. He's always in your face, he's always hyper aggressive, always difficult to read. And just because he went for a Link Queen Nidus all in game 1 doesn't mean he's going to do it in game 2. He could. He is more than willing to embrace the same build 2 games in a row. But we could be seeing something different. We could be seeing a German taxi. German taxis are very common on this map. What I'm referring to is a 3-base all-in instead. A 3-base all-in, roach-based all-in. The reason why we see it so often on this map is because Oceanborn, you are a lot more exposed, you're a lot more vulnerable. Basically, this 3rd base has no big advantage, or the kind of map features here at the 3rd base aren't as defensive as they are on other maps. There's no ramp. There's no ramp coming into the natural. Because of that, you don't have any high ground advantage. Likewise, the entrance is a little bit wider open as well. So we've seen a lot of roach-based all-ins in this matchup. And we could be seeing Dark embrace that as well. Whether it's a German taxi, whether we just walk the Queens across the map and go for a hatch-based all-in instead of a lair-based all-in, we have options. Or it could just be a Nidus again, right? It could be. Could be. We shall see. For now, we have our initial Stargate from Mute. It's going to be a Stargate opener into Oracles once again. And Mute, he's finding out the hard way that against Dark, you need to scout. You need to be on top of what your opponent is up to. You need to be able to recognize the build of choice, the aggression from Dark, because we all know he's going to be aggressive, but how aggressive, that is the question. Is the question. So here we go, we have our Adept going to be shading out. Adept does shade across the map, and for the time being, we do see the Dark is just happily droning, making more queens, just settling in. Just going to be settling into his game. And likewise, we're soon going to be active on the map with our initial Adepts and Oracles. And really, my eyes are still peeled, and they're still on a Dark. I mean, they're always on Dark. Always looking at him, Papi. Ah, it's beautiful. But we'll see if we go for any earlier lair timing. If you remember, last game it was around 4:10. It was just under 4:30 for the lair timing. Third base is being taken. Oracles are moving out. Dark still droning, queens are getting in position. We have 2 queens here at the natural, we have 2 queens in the main, spores are on the way, the Oracle dips in, but we have our queens in position. Despite that, we do get 2 drone kills. The Oracle, no! Oh, the Oracle goes down, 2 workers is not worth it. Massive pickup here from Dark. He shuts down the Oracle, and that means that much less scouting information. That much less to apply pressure to Dark. He does rotate his queens around, 3 queens towards the third, 2 queens at the natural, just 1 in the main, but the spores are done. And that's a fast lair. That is another fast lair. Now, it is not as fast. Oh, God. That is not as fast as the previous game. This was around a 4:25-ish lair timing. So it is later than what we saw previously. And we see why. That's a Roach Warren. Now, with this lair first into Roach Warren, this could be for a 3-base all-in. We could be cutting workers at 66, at around 66 workers, and just mass up Roach Ravager. Dark is taking a 4th, but I'm still unconvinced that this 4th isn't just for Larva. We'll see. Meanwhile, the Oracle will get eyes on the 4th base. That is a tell for Mute that for now we're safe and sound, and we can focus on our economy, we can focus on building up. The lair is soon to finish. Revelation does get eyes on the lair. That is a macro hatch on the way. So I'm leaning towards, okay, never mind. I was going to say I'm leaning towards 2 macro hatches, but Dark is now going for double Evo Chamber. So upgrades are on the way. Dark is working towards a longer game, towards a later game. Otherwise, we wouldn't be seeing these upgrades. There'd be no reason to. We're taking gases, droning up, getting up to our 5, soon to be 6 gas setup. Likewise, Mute's back at home, just securing himself, working towards the Templar Archives. Interesting. Wing +1 and Templar Archives on the way. So we're not working towards a robo-based composition, working towards Archons and Storm. There we go, Storm instead. I do appreciate that. Storm is a little bit more of a flashy way to play Protoss instead of relying on Colossus and just mass robo units. So we had options, and our choice here is going to be Storm and Archons. Meanwhile, we're keeping up with the Adepts. Gonna be able to focus them down. And I was curious, with the fast lair, we're rushing to a fast infestation pit. This is insane. This is insanely fast. There we go. We're going into the hive already. We're rushing into the hive, and Dark is droning. Okay, so he is gonna be saturating his bases, getting up to 4-base saturation. And embracing Ling, Bane, Roach, Ravager, rushing so quickly here into hive tech. And he's being left alone. It looks like potentially, after what happened in the last game, Mute is playing scared. Like, Mute... I mean, it makes sense we lost the Oracles, right? We lost our Oracles early on. We have been passive with the Adepts. We've been passive with the Stalkers. Blink is done, but we've barely done anything with it. We've been stuck at home. And because Mute has been staying at home and staying at the 3rd base, it means that Dark is free to do whatever he wants. He's been heavily droning. Heavily droning up. Getting up to 4 bases. Hive is almost done. Hydrogen's on the way. This is going to be for Lurker Tech soon thereafter. So Dark just rushing into Hydro Lurker Viper, rushing into his late game, into his ideal, taking another. Like Mute is just, yeah, unfortunately, he's just being taken advantage of. Because Mute is being so passive, like Dark is getting away with so much. Bathing Drop moving out, Lurker Dens on the way. Getting into our upgrades, Burrow, Hydra Speed, Adrenal as well now that we have the Hive. The Hydra Den was a little bit delayed. Ideally, you want the Hydra Den to be done in time for the Hive so you can make the Lurker Den at the same time for those upgrades for like a crisper timing. So it's a little bit shaky. But regardless, I mean, Dark is free to do what he wants. Meanwhile, Mute, that's a lot of High Templar. Oh my god! How many storms? That's 9 High Templar already! So this army has a lot of potential, but there's very little support for the High Templar. The storms are being thrown down on the roaches, less than ideal. Lings, they collapse in, more storms being wasted, or more storms forced to be used, I should say, on the Lings. Probes are shut down. We deny the 4th. Oh, Banelings, I did get into the natural. Big move here from Dark. I'm sorry, we did miss it. But the Bathing Drop did pop up. 13 probes going down. And as Mute is kept busy, as Mute is struggling to expand and take a 4th, Dark, he's just massing up. Just building up his army. Stasis Trap going up. Does connect. Likewise, the storms are good, but I was going to say we're running out of storms. We still have plenty of storms. We still have 2 more, soon to be 3. The scary thing, though, is that we're burning through those storms, and that means that Dark, he's yet to reach his final form. Lurkers are on the horizon. We're getting to that Lurker tech. Stasis Trap, ooh, does connect. Not a back connection, but the Immortals! The Immortals, they're left on their own. 2 Immortals go down. Storms do graze the army. But again, we've been using a lot of those storms, and we're down to what looks to be 2 storms left. Oh my god, speaking of, we just spent them. We need a little bit more time. Okay, we have 2 more. Yeah, we barely do have more storms available. Zealot run by across the map. Charge is done. And this is going to force Dark to back up. Okay, he turns back around. Has to race back home. Zealots have a lot of potential. They get a queen. They get 2 queens. And they give Mute some breathing room. But again, Mute is still stuck on 3 bases. Still stuck on those 3 bases. Still has not taken a 4th. Stasis Trap is denied. Another Stasis going up. Lings, they go for the High Templar once again. Forcing out more storms. Dancing with the army. Oh my god, yeah, so many storms being spent. And we get some okay connections, but we were a little bit trigger happy there. That was like, what, 6, 7 storms being spent. And I'm waiting for the final form. Here we go. Upgrades are done. Show us the Lunkers. There they are. Let's go. 13 Lunkers on the way. And here he comes. Dark. He's maxed out with Ling Hydro Lurker. Still no 4th base for Mute. He's been stuck at home the entire time. Stuck dancing with the Ling Hydra. And now with the Lurkers. Now, do we have an answer for this? We've been bleeding out Immortals. There's only one. Only one Immortal. How many High Templar? 17! 17 High Templar! That's insane! That's far too much. Ay, ay, ay. And here we go. The Lurkers are slowly pushing forward. A massive splash is going off. Oh my god! We had 17 High Templar. We are down to 8. Cutting it in half, we catch more High Templar. And you can see the High Templar just melt. They just melted before the Lurkers. They get completely shut down. And with that, GG gets called. Dark will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the semi-finals. GG. GG, well played. Dark will take it, will advance on here. Again, game 1 was hyper aggressive with a Link Queen Nidus all in. Game 2, Dark embraced a more longer tech heavy game instead, able to rush into Hive, and it did feel like Mute was playing scared. It did feel like it did look like he was playing scared against his opponent, and because of that, Dark was just given so much freedom, so much breathing room to do whatever he wanted, and with that breathing room, he just embraced the Lurker tech. And with that, GG. GG, well played. Dark will take the series. And now we're getting ready for our semifinals. There's 2 matches left. 2 series remaining. Dark versus Estrella is coming up next on the channel. Winner goes up against Clem in the grand finals. Here we go. We are getting that semis ready. Vetoes are underway. Vetoes are underway. And I'm excited. I mean, Dark, he is the heavy favorite. That is true. You know, Dark versus Clem is the finals that we've seen in the past. But Estrella has been getting better. He's been getting better and better. He has been improving. That's maybe a better way of putting it. He has been improving. He's been leveling up. He's been just looking quite in form as of late. And as a reminder, I said it before, I'll say it again. Last week, Estrella was our finalist. Last week, Estrella did bring Bjorn down. He brought Bjorn to his knees and knocked him out of the tournament. And Estrella was our finalist. Can we get a rematch? Last week was Clem versus Estrella. We could see it again. I'm hoping so. I'm hoping so. I mean, Dark is still, of course, a big name to bring down. And he's the favorite, you know. Estrella is the underdog. But I'm always here for an underdog story. Always. I'd love to see an ace match. I'd love to see a back and forth. Regardless of how this turns out, whether it goes the way of Dark or Estrella, I'd love to see a game 3. But we'll see. We shall see. As vetoes are done, lobbies are being made, and if you're in the chat, predictions will be open, so you can place your bets on who you think is going to take the series. Will it go the way of Dark or Estrella? Up to you to decide. Get your gamba going, Pat. Get your gamba going. Here we go. Game 1 is going to be on Ghost River, by the way. We have not experienced Ghost River at all tonight. But now it's going to be Game 1 in the semifinals. A very small map, very aggressive map as well. We're already going to be popping off here on Ghost River. Catching up with the chat. Jugando desde Cusco, Perú, contra el Oscuro, papi. True, true. Playing from inside Machu Picchu. Can confirm. Can confirm. Here we go. You can hear the beeps. Vetoes are done. Lobby has been made. And we're jumping into that first game. And if you're in the chat, predictions are now open. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think is going to be our second finalist. Will it be a rematch of Clem versus Estrella from last week? Or is Dark going to rise up and represent Zerg in the finals instead? Up to you. Up to you to decide. Best of luck in the chat. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ghost River, we have our American Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Virtus Pro. It is Estrella. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Talon Esports. He's been patiently waiting for so long today for his matches, but he's here. He's arrived. It is Dark. We go. USA's best Protoss versus Korea's best Zerg. True, true. I would definitely stand by that. Estrella, I mean, Estrella isn't just the best Protoss in the Americas. Estrella's the best player. Estrella, straight up, he's the best player currently in the Americas. He has been holding that #1 title ever since Neeb left. Ever since Neeb did retire, Estrella, he stepped up. Estrella, he stepped up. He has filled Neeb's shoes. And Estrella has been holding that mantle of #1 in the Americas ever since. We've seen some players try to contest against him, like Kelazur, like Trigger as well, but like Future. But I would say that Estrella has been solidly #1 for the past couple of years. Meanwhile, Dark, likewise the #1 Zerg player in the Koreas. He's also our most recent GSL champion. So we've got some big names facing off, some heavy hitters. And again, we're loading in to Ghost River. Oh boy. Here we go. So we are settling in. For now, Hatch Gas pulls standard opener out of Dark. Likewise, Australia going for a gate expand into Cybercore. Everything is looking normal for the time being. Nothing crazy, no 12 full, no hatch block. Nothing crazy yet. Now, as we load into this map, for those who are curious, Ghost River has one of the shortest rushes, or is one of the shortest rushes maps in the map pool. Very small, very congested map as well. This map is smaller than Post Youth, but the rush distance is a little bit longer. I think Post Youth is 30 seconds, and Ghost River is 31, right? Something like that. Something like that. But again, not many bases to be taken here. Very congested map in the map pool. Lings do slip in. They're going straight for the probes. So far, Australia, with good enough micro, shouldn't lose anything. And so far, he has not. Oh, one probe does fall. That's all the Dark was looking for. Nice pick off here out of our Zerg player. In the main base, Stargate opener from Australia. Should be Stargated to Oracle. We have additional Lings on the way. Dark's just trying to keep up with the adepts of the Protoss. So far, is pulling it off. So far, Dark is keeping up. Adepts say shade in towards the main. We don't quite commit, not yet. Again, Australia has to be careful. If these adepts go down, then this third base is going to be vulnerable. The third base is going to fall, so we have to be careful with our initial units. And you can see Australia already just shading back. Shades back home. Just in time to protect that third base. Oracle moves out, Lings move in. And the third has yet to be thrown down. Meanwhile, the Oracle does get into the mineral line. We get 2 drone kills so far. A lot of hull damage. The probe is safe. Lings, they collapse on the adepts and they go for the probe. And nice denial. The probe falls. That's a big delay on the third base. As Australia has to send a second probe out. Third getting up and running. But a nice little win for Dark. Sure, Dark, he lost 2 drones, but it's been worth it. Acceptable losses so far from Dark. And that is a fast Roach Warren. Oh my god, an insanely fast Roach Warren. Oracle's a scout. Yeah, big moment here. Australia, he gets in. He does get eyes on the Roach Warren. That was, what, a 4-minute 10 Roach Warren timing? Very early Roach Warren out of Dark. Looks like he's getting ready for a Roach push. There's no reason to get a Roach Warren against something like a Stargate opener unless you want to be aggressive, unless you want to move out. Adepts say shading to the mineral line. Lings are having a hard time keeping up. We should clean them up at that. The Queens, they come in to support. The Adepts are shut down, and here come the Roaches. Now, what I was about to say is that because Dark knows he got scouted, he might not go for the Roach push, but no, we're invested. We're committed. We're not going for a German taxi, but we are just sending our Roaches and Queens across the map. For now, the Queens keeping up with the Oracles. 1 Queen does fall. Lings, they hit the third. What do we have to defend? We have shield batteries on the way. We have 2 Stalkers. 1 Stalker. Uh-oh. Soon to be 0. Shield batteries not done. Yeah, shield batteries are delayed. We shut down both Stalkers. And Darky smells blood in the water. Again, it's a hatch-based all-in. We're waddling the Queens across the map. Now, Dark is transitioning into a lair. Does have a lair behind this to work on the next step. But Dark is more or less all-in. Which is what we expect on I almost said Post Youth. Which is what we expect on Ghost River. Is what we expect. The Roach Ravager has arrived. We have a Void Ray to defend, but we have anti-air. We have Queens. Queens have arrived. Biles knocking down the gateway, denying the wall off. Queens, they go to town here on the Oracles. And the Biles, they will force a micro out of them. There we go. 1 Oracle falls. Get 1 Oracle, but the Queens do get shut down. The wall is being busted open. We're flooding into the natural. And how many workers can we get? As they break through the initial line of defense. Adepts go down. Lings, they bust into the mineral line. The Void Ray under fire. Oh god! The Biles do graze the Void Ray. And so many probes are falling. And behind this, we're still rallying across the map. We're hitting the third base. We are hitting the third. The Biles! Oh my god. Didn't quite connect. We bust into the main. More probes falling. 25, 26 probes. The Biles! This time, once again, they do not connect, but we're flooding Lings, and we're still getting damage done. into the main, into the natural, and the third base. Behind this, the lair has completed. We're working towards a hydrogen for anti-air. Does make sense. Again, Estrella has a lot of void rays to work with, but that's a kill on the natural. No mining in the main. We deny Blink. Blink is depowered. The Twilight Council is depowered. And here at the third, probes are still falling. We have a shield battery on the high ground, but it doesn't matter. As Dark is wreaking havoc, GG gets called. It's just too much, and Dark will take game number 1. GG. Dark committing into a Ling Roach Queen all-in where we just walk across the map. Again, because we're on Ghost River, it doesn't take long at all to walk across the map to get into the natural and into the third base. The rush distance by ground is so short. We don't even need the German taxi. We don't even need the taxis. We don't need the Nidus Worm. Just walk across the map. And with that, Dark does take the first game. And the question becomes, what map is game number 2? I feel like Dark, the way that he plays, is also very dependent on the maps. You know, this kind of all-in, we're not going to see that on Alcyone. We're not seeing that on Alcyone. We're not seeing that on Site Delta, for example. These larger maps are not as conducive to these all-ins. So, what's it going to be? Where are we dropping? Game 2, Oceanborn. Okay, Oceanborn likewise has a lot of potential for aggression. We spoke about Oceanborn in the Mute series, where the third base is exposed and you can go for these big 3-base all-ins. That is true. But we also saw a different side of Dark against Mute. We saw Dark embrace a longer macro game instead. I do think that Estrella has better chances against a macro Dark compared to Mute. True. Like, I think Estrella, he wants to settle into a 3-base economy, but we'll see if he can. We'll see if Dark lets him. As the lobby is made and we're diving into game 2 and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our American Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Virtus Pro. It is Estrella. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Talon Esports, leading the series 1-0. After the all-in, it is Dark. Let's go. Let us go. Again, unfortunately, Estrella, he bled out a lot in the lead-up. Oh, hello, Mr. Joe. He bled out a lot in the lead-up to the all-in. As a reminder, Estrella, his third base was delayed. He lost his Adepts. He lost his Stalkers, all before the shield battery did finish. So it was a cascading effect there in favor of Dark, where Estrella was bleeding out these early units, and it doesn't sound like a lot, but it was 3 Adepts, I think it was even 4 Adepts, and 2 Stalkers before the all-in, and that meant that there was no army. Estrella, he had, I think, like 2 Adepts remaining when the all-in hits. Like, he had no ground army to speak of. And that's why the push was so successful. That's why the aggression did so well for Dark, is because in the lead up to the all-in, Estrella bled out far too many units, and again, that early on, every unit does count that much more. And now we're settling in. We're settling into game 2. Is Dark going to go for another all-in, or do we see a different side of Dark again? Do we macro? Do we drone? Do we take a 4th base? Do we embrace a longer game? For now, we're settling in. For now, we are settling in. Estrella going for a gate expand into Cybercore. Based on the pylon positioning, it looks like another Stargate opener out of Estrella. Stargate into Oracle. The question becomes, can Estrella stabilize and get into his 3-base economy? Likewise, is Dark going to go all in? See if he can, if he does. But now we do have our initial lings on the way. Likewise, Stargate has been thrown down, as we mentioned before. Did it look like a Stargate opener? Is it looking like a Stargate opener here? There's our 3rd base from Dark. Again, everything looking pretty normal. Everything looking as it should so far. I'm sure Estrella's trying to escape with the probe, but alas, the Lings... Oh, the stutter stepping out of Dark. Very nice positioning. Catches the probe. We have another wave of Lings on the way, but that is just to defend. That is just to keep up with the Adept. As the Adept will threaten the Shade. Oracle's on the way. It's being pumped out as we speak. To threaten another Shade. And from here we should be expanding, taking a third base, working towards Blink. There we go, Probe is on the way. And we saw that in game 1, we saw that Dark was able to delay the expansion. This time, not the case. This time we're able to expand freely. Estrella will get his third. And it should not be denied, it should not be shut down. Likewise, Oracle gets across the map. But Dark has eyes on this. With the help of the Overlords, he does get eyes on the Oracle, does have 2 Queens in position, and will defend. Meanwhile, that is a Twilight Council before the third is done. Before the third is even halfway done. So, if this was any other player, I would assume this was Glaive Adepts, especially if we throw down additional gateways. But if you remember, we casted Estrella versus Wayne earlier. And, we get 4 drone kills, pretty good damage. But when we casted Estrella versus Wayne, Estrella went for 3 gateways into Blink. And we don't see additional gateways. Not yet. So this could be Blink again. We'll see what it is. Show us Blink or Glaives. There it is. Blink is on the way. So this is a very similar build to what Estrella went for against Wayne in the quarterfinals. And the way this works is... as we're rushing into a lair. Okay, we're popping up. But the purpose of this build for Estrella, as the Oracles, they take too much damage. 1 Oracle goes down. We have 1 more left in the natural. Takes a lot of damage, a lot of hits. Estrella has to get the hell out of there. But this, because of the fast Blink timing, we're able to be more active. It does mean that the Forge is delayed and +1 is delayed, which is true. But Estrella can be much more aggressive early on with our first wave of Stalkers. And there's a lot of micro potential available for Estrella. Meanwhile, Dark, he skipped his Roach Warren. What does that mean? Lair is about to finish. This looks like Ling Hydra. Or even Spire play, but I'm leaning towards Hydras instead. As Lair is almost done, no Bathing Nest, no Roach Warren, no other tech structure, +1 range is on the way. Yep, it's going to be Ling Hydra out of Dark. This is very greedy from Dark. If he was up against an all-in, if he was up against a more aggressive style, if he was up against Glaive Adepts, for example, Glaive Adepts would kill Dark, straight up. Like, we've seen Dark die to Adepts before, by the hands of Classic and Hero, especially Classic over the weekend. Classic did nothing but Glaive Adepts versus Dark in the finals of KSL, and Classic just wreaked havoc. But there are no Glaives, it's Blink, which means Dark can get away with this. Dark can hold. Ling Hydra is ideal against Blink Stalkers. Again, because of the low attack rate of the Stalkers, like, Lings do well when it comes to dealing with them, keeping up with them, surrounding, engaging. Hydras, they do the damage in the back line. Stalkers are pushing in, they do pick up some tumors, but really just tumors. At the same time, Lings, they don't even need to defend. They harass across, they get a surround! Yeah, they're going for the 4th. Estrella does not retreat. He turns around with the Oracles, but he keeps on pushing forward. Stalkers towards the 4th. Hydras are amassing. The base is under fire. Can we get the base? Can we get the hatchery? No, we will not. We force a recall, and that's a cancel on the 4th base. We cancel the 4th. We defend against the Stalkers. Lurker Den is on the way. We should be seeing an Infestation Mint momentarily as well. For now, Dark embracing Lair Tech Lurkers. We don't often see this. But Dark, he's cutting workers. Interesting. We're cutting workers at 61. We're not saturating the 4th. This is looking like a Ling Hydra all-in with Lurkers as well. Interesting. Okay. Stray, he's walling up. Stray, he realizes how much danger he's in. He throws out a wall of cannons and shield batteries again. Dark is committed. He is all in on 3 bases. That is 61 workers. That's all we have. Ling Hydra has arrived. Lurkers on the horizon as well. Shield batteries are finishing. They're about to complete. We're bleeding off a lot of units already. Yeah, Stalkers under fire. Oracle's going down. These are slow lots as well. But where are the Lings? We're running out of Lings. Hydras, they're going to have to retreat. They're going to have to back off. Yeah, they have to respect the Stalker army. Now, as the Hydras back off, show us the Lunkers. There they are. 3 lurkers on the way. Again, Dark just rushing into lurker tech. Lair tech lurkers at that. Rotating on the right-hand side. Catching a cannon. Likewise dancing with the main army. Lurkers pushing forward. Hydras are getting picked off though. Some rough losses there. For Dark with the lurkers, they do burrow. And we need detection. We have cannons, but no observer. Observer's on the way. The lurkers are slowly pushing forward. More lurkers all the way behind this. More lurkers in production, and Darky smells blood in the water. He's so close to breaking Estrella. Yeah, spine shots going off. The Archon goes down. Observer has arrived to get the revelation. Do get the revelation, but it looks like it's just too much. Yeah, the lurkers are encroaching upon the base, upon the third. Still rallying more lings. Dark overextending. Hydras are going down. And that was a big loss for Dark, leading out a lot of Hydras. Going for the Immortal, doesn't get it. More Hydras falling. Estrella, he's so close to defending. He's so close. Lurkers are pushing forward. We get the revelation. Shield battery goes down. Oh, we rallied the Overlords in. Overlords are falling one after the other. We're still rallying lings in towards our third base. No more cannons. Running out of shield batteries. The Stalkers, though, that Stalker count looking strong. And we avoid the Lurkers. That's the thing. Dark has to fight within range of the Lurkers. Storm has completed. Oof. 2 storms go down. Lurker shots going up. Shield battery doing what they can. Lings have arrived. Just time collapsing on the Stalkers. And yet we need to edge on ever closer. Getting within range of the base. But we're running out of Hydras. It's so close. The Immortal goes down. There's 1 Immortal left. Oh my god. Such a close hold here. We're down to 3 Hydras and it looks like Estrella's done it. Estrella, he holds. Oh, or has he? Again, it's still so close. We're down to 2 lurkers. 2 lurkers left. We're getting within range. Oh my god. Yeah, the Observer's gonna be targeted down as well. No detection. GG gets called, and Dark barely breaks through. He will take the series 2-0, eliminating Estrella from the tournament. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. A 3-base lurker all-in from Dark off of Hatch Tech. Remember, there was no lurker range, no upgrades for the lurkers whatsoever, except for +1 range, of course. And Dark was able to break through, just barely was able to break the defenses of Estrella. It was close, though. It was very close between Dark and Estrella, as Dark was overextending and bleeding out a lot of Hydras at the time. At the same time, though, the lurkers were doing a lot of damage in the back line. Lings were flooding in. We were still picking off cannons and shield batteries and stalkers, and it was barely enough. Just barely. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations to Dark, and my condolences to Estrella. He will be denied another finals run. As a reminder, Estrella did make it to the finals last week, but not this week. Not this time. It's going to be a ZVT between Clem and Dark. Let's go. Let us go. It's going to be Clem versus Dark in the grand finals in the best of 5. Now, what I will say is that ZVT has typically been a bit of a weaker suit for Dark, especially against Clem. The reason why I say this is Dark is very roach heavy. He's a very roach heavy player, and it can be really difficult to actually gain momentum with that style, but we'll see. We'll see how Dark does approach this, bearing in mind that Dark, of course, recently beat Maru in the finals of GSL. Recently had a big win and a big performance in the Global StarCraft League. So we'll see how Dark compares to Clem in this best of 5. See how he compares. As vetoes are currently underway. Vetoes are underway. I'll get the predictions ready as well. Predictions will be set up, and a massive shout out to Let Me Play With Your kitties or kittens even. Hello, Papi God. Thank you so much for resubscribing with Twitch Prime for 3 months. Thank you, Papi. Thank you. GG. Again, it was a very intense game, very close, all in there. Almost went in favor of Australia. Almost. I was hoping for an ace match, but alas, barely. It was not enough. Dark did take it. And I am just setting everything up for this. There we go. Clem versus Dark, ZVT. Vetoes are underway. And this is the grand finals, the finale of the broadcast. It's been not a bad one. Like, on the one hand, we've had some really fast series, but other portions of the bracket were delayed, so, you know, that made up for it. As we've been able to feature players like Estrella, like Wayne, Dark as well, Inexorable, Mute. It all comes down to this. It all comes down to Dark versus Clem. When it comes to the performances of our players this week, I guess we can go over the brackets. Oh my god. We can go over the bracket. A shout out to Blaker Dues for the donation. Thank you so much for the $13.37. Thank you so much for the leet donation. Oh, I feel so old saying that. Like, who says leet anymore? But thank you. Do appreciate it. Gracias. Now we're crafting some stars. We are. Oh. But yeah, let's go over the brackets. Again, we were focusing mainly on the upper half, so I want to see the road for Clem here. Scrolling down, we saw Clem able to bring down Probe Scout 2-0. Probe Scout was an American Protoss player. He's a cannon rusher, so Clem survived the cannons of Probe Scout. Went through Balmyoja, went through Maples as well. Maples had a crazy upset earlier, and I'm sure Maples had some cannons involved in that series. Clem was able to bring Maples down, and Clem was able to 2-0 Bjorn in the TVT. TVTs have always eluded Clem. That is his weakest matchup, and it still, I would say, remains Clem's weakest matchup. Despite that, getting the 2-0 of Bjorn, impressive. Very impressive play there out of Clem. It brings Bjorn down, and that leads us to the finals. To Dark versus Clem. This could go either way. Based on their historic performances, I would favor Clem. I'm a big fan of Dark. I love Dark, but I would favor Clem here. If Dark is able to take it, I'm going to be that much more impressed. I do know that Dark is, of course, our GSL champion and did bring Maru down, true, but like Clem is still a different beast in this matchup specifically, in TVZ. So we'll see. We'll see how this goes. I think regardless of whether it goes the way of Dark or Clem, I would hope to see an ace match, or not an ace match, but even a back and forth, whether it's a game 4 or a game 5. I would not want this to be a 3-0 in either direction. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see how we embrace this, and we'll see how our players will approach this series. Game 1 is on Dynasty. Let's go. Let us go. Australia holds the phone until Dark wins. Wayne should have played like Dark. Okay. True. Here we go. So we are settling in. A CVD here. Clem v Dark. Let's go. Actually, I want to double check something, because I might be just having like some recency bias here when it comes to Dark and Clem and their head-to-head. So let me just double check. Because in my mind, Clem has been a little bit more favored this year, but we'll see. Let's have a look. We have the technology. We can just look it up. Ooh, okay, actually, it's been back and forth. Okay, never mind. Let's go. Interesting. I'm a little bit in shock. Okay. You can see here on the screen. Let me just set up the scene. Beautiful. So I'm a little bit shocked that they've played so little. I'm used to 2023. I mean, look at 2023. Clem and Dark, they faced so many times, and you can see that it was in favor of Clem. Last year, that was, oh my god, 74% in favor of Clem. So many wins. I mean, again, this is why I'm of the perception that I favor Clem over Dark. But that was last year, and we're already halfway through 2024, which is crazy to think about. But I'm a little bit shocked. Comparing year to year, Clem and Dark have barely played. Dark defeated Clem in Master Coliseum 7, which we did cast. We cast that series. We also casted this series. Clem played against Dark a couple of weeks ago in the 233rd edition of ESL Open Cup Americas. That was, yeah, again, just 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago. So they've barely played. They have barely played this year, and it has been back and forth. Clem did beat Dark in the finals 2 weeks ago, but Dark was able to beat Clem in the best of 3 in Master Coliseum in a big premier event. And yeah, I'm a little bit surprised, just because I'm pretty sure Dark and Clem are quite active and very frequently competing in ESL Americas. That's where a lot of these are, by the way. They play so often in these ESL Americas or online tournaments. There we go, more ESL Americas, Kung Fu Cup as well, more ESL Americas. Like, they face off so often last year, barely this year. Interesting. So it's a little bit harder to tell. I usually discredit more like historic series and historic results, just because I focus on current year, just because like players, they change playstyles and the meta shifts over time. So that's more of what I look at. But yeah, interesting. And here we go. We're getting into our grand finals. If you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will be this week's champion. Will it go the way of Dark or the way of Clem? Up to you to decide. I'll just quickly post that in the chat. Predictions open. And spawning in the top right hand corner of Dynasty, we have our red Zerg player representing Talon Esports. It is Dark. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Terran player from the land of France representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. What's happening in the chat? But lights made on-screen celebration 10,000. Ah. What did I do? What? oh, that's by default. We might change that. We might shift that around. I think you're referring to there's like some new like things you can do with channel points, right? Where you can like yeah, you can make the big emotes in the chat, or you can have them like flash on screen. I think they are a little bit more expensive for us because we're not like quote-unquote streamers, right? We're casters, and we don't want to take away from the game if there's like non-stop emotes being thrown around on the screen. So that's why we're usually a little bit more subtle with like subscription notifications or donation notifications and channel point redemptions as well. We don't want to like take away from the game and take away from the tournament that we're casting. That's why, but we might change that. We'll see. We shall see. As we do see Clem going for a Rax expand. We're loading into Dynasty of all maps. What does that mean? Most likely Roach Ravager all in. So my apologies. I was a little bit distracted, but we're loading into Dynasty of all maps. This map is known for being vetoed time and time again. We very rarely see this map in this matchup, and because we should be seeing roaches. What I'm referring to is that we have a pocket gold. We have a pocket gold base that the Terran can freely take. The Zerg cannot. There's a reason why you can see here Dark has not expanded at the gold, because Hellions, Reapers, Marines, all range-based units can punish this, and Zerg don't have range-based units, at least early on. Ling Bane does nothing to this mineral line. You need roaches. So that's why, more often than not, whenever we see a Zerg versus Terran on this map, we see roach play. Just so we can actually apply pressure and actually deny mining here. And it leads into a roach-based all-in. If we don't see that, then Clem can freely take advantage of the gold. So Clem has a boosted economy. Behind this, getting into his 3cc, third CC into 111. If we get a tech lab on the racks, should be for Banshee play, and there we go. We're going to be maneuvering our racks over, so it's going to be a little bit easier to shift and to go for the add-on swap. Ooh, we do delay the add-on swap though, going Marine first. Interesting, very different opener. My eyes are on Clem. Going Marine first, he does avoid the tech lab. Starport is done, and we can go into a Viking or even Liberator instead. Yep, Viking opener. Interesting. So we're going to be deviating. We're going to be focusing on Stim, getting into our Viking, shutting down any vision that Dark may have. Meanwhile, Dark is happily joining up for the time being. We have our Rax Explosion, getting up to 3-1-1. Hellions move out for a bit of map control, for a bit of map presence. We go. So Hellions, they do dip in. They're getting a couple of drone kills. 2 drones go down. Also, I was reading in the chat, Clem playing ESL Americas after winning ESL EU is almost unprecedented. I mean, what I will say is that I remember that Clem, it was around Home Story Cup where he spoke up, and I think Clem was coping. He was saying, guys, I'm not a degen anymore. So Clem, he's been pretending not to be a degen, so he's been less active this year in ESL Americas. I think that's the case, true. But he can only pretend for so long, because here he is. Like, yeah, Clem, he's back. He's back in ESL Americas. We're done pretending. Embrace the degen pack. As Lings, they come in for a bit of a Ling counterattack, shutting down the Marines at least. Oh, big tank volleys going off. Not bad. At the same time, Hellions still threatening a dive. They got 2 drones earlier, but they don't get much more. And I see a Baneling Nest. Dark is not going for Roach Ravager. Interesting. I'm so used to seeing Roach Ravager on this map. I'm excited to see Ling Bane instead. I'm quite excited. Dark going for the 4th as the gold. But again, Clem was able to freely mine from the gold base himself, so he does have that economic advantage. And we'll see if Dark can keep up. We'll see if he can keep up with Clem. As Clem is going to be pulling back. Does pull back, rotating around. Cashing consumers, more Raxes on the way. And we've just been building up towards this push. Now, usually this moves out around 7 minutes, so this is actually an earlier timing from Clem. Again, he was, of course, prioritizing Marine production earlier. Is moving out with 2 tanks, Mass Marine. This is hitting a little bit earlier. Dark, are we ready for this? He is amassing Ling Bane. Baneling speed is not quite done. Yeah, this timing is going to be brutal. Clem is going for the 4th. And can Dark hold on to it? Baneling speed finishing up just in time for the push. We're 3 seconds off. Yeah, it's going to be close. Ling Bane does collapse in. Oh. Tank volleys going off. Lings, they come in from behind. They come in for a surround. Nice stutter stepping here out of Clem. He shuts down the Banelings. He shuts down the Lings. It will cost him the tanks. But he can stim forward. He can stim forward. Dark is in trouble. We're down to 1 Baneling. But the Concave of Queen is too good. We only have 1 medevac. Dark holds. Whew, he barely holds on. It was close. If the second medevac had survived, or if we had 1 more tank behind this, then Clem could have kept pushing. Instead, Clem has to retreat and wait for reinforcements. We have another medevac and tank on the way. The creep here is barely spreading. Dark getting ready for a counterattack. Does move out. And we'll be catching some reinforcements. Oh, no wall. The wall is wide open. Yeah, the wall is not a wall. Lings, they flood in, but we have reinforcements. Yeah, we're going to be able to defend. Clem is safe and sound, pushing forward. Does lay siege upon the 4th base. Ling Bane rolling in. Dark once again setting up with the surround. And nice collapse of the Ling Bane. And there's only so much we can kite back to. Once again, good positioning here from Clem. The tank falls. But this time, we have that much less Ling Bane. Yeah, Clem, he gets on top of the Queens. And he can keep pushing. He can and he will. And it looks like Dark has been broken. We shut down the Lings. We shut down the Queens. The 4th base is going to go down. These Banelings, they're too little too late. And there's only 4 of them. They do nothing. And Clem has done it. GG gets called. Clem takes game number 1. GG. And this is the strength. This is the strength of... Dynasty, or Terranon Dynasty. Clem, because of the goal base, he hit harder and he hit faster. Remember, he hit like 30 minutes sooner than you usually do. With more Marines as well. Like, it was a very powerful push out of Clem. And Dark was barely not ready for it. Was barely not able to defend. The first wave did cripple the Ling Bane. The second wave, of course, was even that much stronger and hit that much harder as well. Oh. So we're making sure we get all the casters. We're good. But yeah. Again, really though, the outcome of that game and the power of that push was akin to the map itself. On some of these other larger maps or more standard maps, Dark is going to have an easier time defending, but regardless, that was a nice strong win for Clem in game 1. Very strong start here for our French Terran player. And now we're getting into game number 2. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Amphion. Oh my god, we're going through all the maps. Of Amphion, we have our South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Talon Esports. It is Dark. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the French Terran, the Blue Terran player, representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. Clem leading the series 1-0. But now we're loading into a very different map. Also a map that is also often vetoed, but is the best of 5, so there are less vetoes available to the players, which is why we're able to embrace some of these other quirkier maps. The big feature here of Amphion is the third base. This triangular third base is very secure, so I'm curious, we've seen a lot of Terran players take the natural, wall off, take the triangular third base, and then expand forward, taking the low ground hybrid fourth towards the Zerg player, and just like commit to be hyper aggressive and snowball out of control. I'm curious the expansion pattern of Clem, whether he does that or whether he expands on the right hand side instead, entering kind of the right hand side of the map, going for a bit of a more macro game. Likewise, there are a lot of choke points here on this map. You can see here a lot of rocks walling off. We got a lot of high ground, and it can be difficult to actually engage with the Terran. We've seen a lot of pushes, especially if Dark expands here towards the fourth base. Like, this position here is brutal, where you can siege up the tanks right next to the rocks. There's one choke point here, another brutal choke point here. Like, this position can be so difficult to break with Ling Bane if Clem were to head into a 7-minute tank push. So, yeah, it's very choky. A lot of safer bases as well from the Terran side. We'll see how Dark approaches this. We shall see. As for now, Hatch Gas Pool. Hatch Gas Pool opener. We didn't see any Roaches in the previous game. We could see Roach play here. Like, Roach Ravager can be a good way to deal with these tank pushes because the Vials can shut down the tanks, of course. Not an easy way to go about it, but we'll see. "30 hours sooner." If I said 30 minutes, my apologies. I'm going to say 30 seconds. My apologies. Meanwhile, third base is going to be delayed. We can see Clem going for a third CC before starport. Standard economic opener out of Clem. Is going 3 CC. And this is a pretty big deal, actually. This is a big delay for Dark. Ay, ay, ay. Third base is denied. Ling's moving out across the map. And Dark is gonna be stuck on 2 bases that much longer. This impacts his economy. This impacts his production. Is moving up with the counterattack, and he might be able to catch a stray worker. I say that. No SCVs on the low ground. Yeah, Clemmy's ready for the run by. Meanwhile, once again, we deny the third. Another forced gas geyser. Ay, ay, ay. Dark is waddling over. The Lings didn't do anything across the map. And do we force the gas? Oh my god, another cancel. Another gas. We're going in. No. Oh my god, that was so close. The drone survives. We barely get the base, and that is an insanely fast lair. Okay, what are we feeling? What are we thinking? Nidus? Are we thinking 2 base Nidus all in? Link Queen Nidus? It could be to... I'm not really feeling Muta play. I don't see 2 base Muta really working well here. Second gas is being taken. Oh my god, all 4 gases. Are we going into Muta? Are we embracing 2 base Muta on Amphion? That is a bold move. We'll see if that's the case. Otherwise, if this was Miyamaka, I would be assuming 2-base Hydra for Ling Hydra. But this should be Spire play, right? We'll see. We'll see if we embrace the Spire and we embrace the Mutas. Meanwhile, Clem rotating around. Dark still contained to 2 bases. But yeah, with all this gas, like, the only other option would be like a fast infestation bit into like Swarm Host, something crazy like that. It has to be tech heavy. Show us what you got. There it is, 2-base Muta. Oh boy, okay. The Muta play, it makes sense. I mentioned before how choked up the map is, right? There are so many choke points because that Ling Bane can struggle. Like a more heavy, like standard composition can struggle on this map. Mutas, they can make use of the terrain and use that against a Terran. Skirt in between the bases. The Banshee does not see too much. Spire has not been scattered. Hellions, they rotate over. They hit the mineral line. Not too many workers to kill. At the same time, Ling counter-attack across the map. Yeah, 3 SCV kills. Very nicely done. We're not done, by the way. We get a 4th, a 5th SCV. 5 worker kills. Very nice damage here from Dark. It does help him recover from the late 3rd. Does help him recuperate. Does make up for his losses. And that Spire is almost done. And so far, no scout. Clem has no idea. 3 weekends, 3 weeks, months. It's been years, Pappy. It's been years since we've seen a tank push that early. 30 years. Aye. Banshees do dip in, and it looks like we will finally get eyes on the Spire. It's gonna be, there we go. The Spire has been spotted. Spire has been spotted, and we got some precious seconds here to respond, to react. Turrets are on the way. There we go. Turret in the main. Turret soon to be at the natural. Aliens being active. Clem is now aware of the Mutas. Good, Mutas are moving out. Clem fortifying himself. We have Marines spread out. We have bunkers as well. We bleed off 1 SCV, but Clem holds. So far, so good. Now, the Mutas do provide map control, and they do force Clem to pull back to his 3-base setup. Does pull back to his 3 bases. Mutas forced to pivot away. And now we're getting into Ling Bane. Ling Bane to support. Now, as a reminder, these upgrades are delayed because of the Muta production. The Mutas were a big investment. And so far, they're at least containing the Terran player, but they haven't done any damage yet. They've only killed 1 SCV and... oh, barely not the 1 Hellion. Oh god! As the Marines stem in, they almost get a Muta. Clem moves out at the same time. Dark does a pivot around. And we spoke about the 7-minute tank push. Alas, we've reached 7:30 at this point, and Clem is stuck at home. That's what's important right now, is that Clem's timing, he's kind of missing it. 1-1 is done, and ideally we want to hit these upgrades with a push. We scan, we get eyes on the 4th. Dark buying so much time, so much breathing room. Creep is spreading. Ling Bane is amassing. And Clem can't move out because the Mutas, they keep him pinned. If he moves out, the Mutas will move in. Dark double expanding. Getting a 4th and a 5th. So far, so good. Now, it's a bit of a give and take. On the one hand, Dark is able to be greedy and drone up and be more comfortable and secure. But on the flip side, these Mutas haven't really done any damage yet. Not yet, at least. Clem is keeping up. Forcing back the Mutas. We'll be poking in. Ooh, massive mine connection. Just the 1 mine. But does kill 2 Mutas. Or does get 1. Mine shots going up. Mutas rotating around. Clem embracing drilling claws. We got Thor production on the way. Thor is soon to be here. Let's go. Mutas will rotate though, and they do head towards the 3rd. Yeah, the gas geysers are exposed. We're gonna get a gas geyser and 2 SCVs. Yeah, 3 SCVs even. 2 gases. Not bad. 2 gases, 3 SCVs. Mutas, they rotate over towards the main. Clem having a hard time keeping up. And more workers falling. The Thor has arrived. Big volley going off. And Dark has to retreat. At the same time, Ling Bane not quite able to engage. But we catch the reinforcements. We catch more Marines. And very good pickoffs here from Dark. The Mutas finally paying for themselves, at least somewhat. Dark, he's on 4-base saturation. Now, the scary thing here, though, is in a head-to-head fight, I favor Clem. Like, if the two armies clash, like, Clem is still going to snowball out of control. He's taking a 4th base. He's pushing through the map. And can Dark deal with this? That's the question. Mutas, they do well harassing, but in a head-to-head fight, Mutas, they can't do much. Not if there's man with gun. Not if there's enough man with gun. Now, again, the creep was good, so it's going to take a while to really push forward. Banelings, they get some okay connections with Marines. Tanks do siege. I love the tank positioning here, creating another choke point. Here we go. Dark, he pulls the trigger. Mine shots going off. Big connections on the Mutas. But not enough Marines on the ground. The Ling Bane does snowball out of control. Dark, he breaks through the ground army. Shuts down the Marines. And Dark holds. Dark does hold. Did cost him most of his Ling Bane, but the Mutas, they do stand strong. Clem getting ready for a second wave. But no more tanks, only the one Widow Mine. Clem has that much less to work with. Banelings, they just began. Ooh, so Dark is vulnerable. He just forced to turn around. Nice spread of the Widow Mines. Thor spread as well. Oof. Big mine connection here on the Mutas. And Banelings, they don't get the Widow Mine. Oof. He's holding the line. Not enough Ling Bane. Big mine connections on the Lings. Oh, but we do have enough Banelings here to force back the ground army. Just barely enough. I say that. Here come the reinforcements. And the splits are looking good. Widow Mines barely go down before they get the shots off. And Dark, he's gonna shut this down. Again, if any of those Widow Mines got a shot off, then that could have been game. Like, that could have been it. Enough for Clem to hold on. But the mine shots were denied. Dark cleans up the army, cleans up the Widow Mines. And still has to replace all the Ling Bane. Some of the Widow Mines do reset, but just the one time. And what's more important here is that Dark, he maintains his economy. Like, the bases are left untouched. The 4th base, the 5th base. No economic damage whatsoever. Clem, he's been committing to these big pushes, and they just have barely not been enough. Clem rotating over towards the left-hand side and going for a sneaky drop on the right. Finally can get some damage done. Mutas, they head into the main. Oh. Mine not quite connecting. Can be the production, forcing back reinforcements. Not bad. At the same time, the double drop is being shut down. Decent Thor volleys, but the Mutas survive. Yeah, Clem just wasn't able to achieve too much here. Both armies are maxing out. And there's going to be a window where Clem has 3-3. 3-3 is just about to finish. Dark is stuck on 2-2. He just began 3-3 of his own. So Clem still has a lot of potential with this bio army. Is moving out. Meanwhile, Clem's own economy has been somewhat untouched as well. Zerg forces have been stuck at home. Drop is shut down. But here we go. We're pushing right down mid. There's not that much creep to work with. Widow Mine shots are being baited out. Do bait out the mine shots. Clem pre-splitting. God, that's a lot of Ling Bane. It does roll forward. Not enough Widow Mines. The Thors are going to be going down. The splits are good from Clem, but do we have enough Banelings? We had Banelings, but where were the Lings? And they're just now coming in. Oh! See, we turn around. A massive connection. Yeah, Widow Mine shot goes off. We shut down most of the Ling Bane. Nice target firing. We can stand, we can deliver. All it takes sometimes is one good mine shot, and Clem can keep pushing. Whew. Oh my god. Okay, Clem gonna be backing off. No medevacs. That's the downside here. We have 2 medevacs remaining and they're both barely alive, so Clem cannot actually push forward, and Dark, he holds. Dark holds on. Still a very tense game state here between our players. We catch the drop. How many medevacs do we have? 4! Only 4 medevacs. Soon to be even less. We need the sustain for the bio army. He doesn't see it. No! Oh my god. That's close. Mind Shield doesn't quite connect. Meanwhile, 3-3 is now finishing up, so Dark is now catching up with the melee upgrades. Likewise, Ultra production has begun. Kindness plating on the way as well. Dark is now embracing Lingbane into Ultra. Thankfully, though, Clem is working on Ghosts. Ghosts are required against those Ultras. Oof. Mind Shield does go up. Mind connection. When it comes to the Ghosts, we have 5 Ghosts currently with the main army. Move out on the right hand side. Denying some mining time. Nothing too major. As both armies back off and max out. Okay, when it comes to the maxed out armies, we have to... How do we compare here? Okay, we have 6 Ghosts, 2 Thors, mainly Marine. Decent army. At the same time, Dark, he's got only 4 Ultras, 9 Mutas. It looks like, for the most part, we've been bleeding off Mutas and we haven't been replacing them, so the era of the Muta has come and gone. It's really all about the Lingbane Ultra. And specifically, we need to be able to keep up with the ratio of Ultras here when it comes to Ghosts from Clem. It's only 4 Ultras, so we should have enough Ghosts. Yeah, 7 Ghosts to 4 Ultras. As long as we keep the Ghosts alive, as long as we can actually snipe, then Clem can deal with this army. Likewise, 2nd starport's on the way. This should be for Liberator production. To get into Ghost Lib, to deal with the ground army. Dark is rotating over. Still amassing his Lingbane, collapsing in. Mine shots going off. 2 of them do get baited out. So far, the Widow Mine shots lackluster. Better connections, but where's the bio army? Not in position. Yeah, Dark rolling forward. Breaking on through, going for the Ghosts. Can he get them? It's going to be close. Yeah, the Ghosts are looking that much more exposed. We break through into the main. Nice stutter stepping though here from Clem. He does pull away. A lot of Banelings get wasted. A lot of Banelings get spent. But we break into the main base and Dark, he's camping the production. And that's what matters here. We're on top of the racks, he's on top of the starports. We will eventually run out of steam, but at the same time we hit the 3rd. Yeah, SCVs are going down. We get 22 workers at the same time though. We get to jump across the map. I was curious where the bio army was. We take down 17 workers at the base. We trade a base for a base, but we're still on top of the main base. We're still on top of the production. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, GG gets called. The Clem has been broken, and Dark takes game number 2. Whew. GG, and that is all we wanted here. We have a back and forth. It would not be a one-sided series. We're tied up 1-1. GG. GG, well played. We are tied up here. Again, Dark able to make use of the mutas, able to maintain map control, even though there was some really brutal trades where Dark was bleeding out all of his Lingbane. What was important is that he was maintaining his economy. He was left untouched for so long, was able to replace his losses, able to keep up, get into the Ultras. And we saw that in this moment in the final battle, we saw that Clem was out of position. Clem, he invested quite heavily to counterattack across the map with his drops. There was a lot of Ghosts, Marines, and Marauders invested there. That means he wasn't at home to defend, and in that moment of vulnerability, that is where Dark busted in, got into the main, camped the production, and that was the checkmate move that we were looking for. Again, if you're ever able to get into the main base and camp the production like that, that is game. That is why at times we've seen like Nidus Worms with Lurkers into the main base end games as well. That is a brutal kill move, and Dark, he pulled it off. And with that, we have a series. We have a series on our hands. We have a back and forth. And this could go either way. Now, we're done with some of these quirkier maps, like Amphion and... what's the other one? Dynasty. Like Amphion and Dynasty. And now we're embracing some more standard maps, in Alcyone. Again, we've seen a lot of Muta play on Amphion as well, just because of the map layout, just because of all the terrain that makes it awkward for a ground army to maneuver. So, because that we saw Mutas on Amphion, I don't expect to see Mutas on Alcyone, though. We'll see. We'll see. We've seen a lot more just standard play into kind of like Hydra, Lurker, Viper kind of styles. We'll see how we approach this. As we're going to be entering a much more kind of standard game state here, a standard map pool with Alcyone. We'll see if we embrace Side Delta. I'm really curious what the vetoes were. I'm not privy to that, so I don't know what the map order is going to be. We'll see, though. We shall see. As we're loading in. Honed those refineries, though. True, true. He got it. I remember when Clem started that build 30 decades ago. I was there. Oh my god. True. Clem, he's known for being an old player. True, true. Very old. Been around for a long time. Kappa. As we are settling into game number 3 and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alcyone, we have our South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Talon Esports, tying up the series 1-1 and making a series out of this, making it back and forth. It is Dark. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the French Terran player, the Blue Terran representing Team Liquid, being forced into a tied-up series, looking to bounce back. It is Clem. Let's go. We are tied up. We're entering game 3, and that means we have more games ahead of us. We have a series. And we'll keep an eye on both Dark and Clem to see how we embrace this map. For now, Hatch Gas Pool. Likewise, Clem going for a Rax Expand. No 2-Axe Reaper yet. Clem has been known to sprinkle it in, but for the time being, we have avoided that build. We'll see if we embrace it on the map like Side Delta later on, or even Oceanborn. We shall see. Oh, hello. As Dark is opening up Gasless. Okay, you don't often see this on this map. Dark, he does like to go gasless on Golden Aura. The reason for this is Golden Aura is a lot more defendable. The bases are very close together, so you can get away with defending with Queens. This is greedy, though. On a map like Alcyone, we are going gasless. No gases whatsoever. Third base has been taken. The goal here is for the Zerg player to focus and prioritize mineral income. You can see drones already being sent to the natural, as we have spare drones because we're not mining any gas, so this is a little bit greedier. Likewise, no link speed. No link speed to work with for quite some time. This usually leads into roach play. Because link speed is so late, we just skip link speed entirely and embrace roaches instead. But that's going to take a while. We don't actually take gases until we get fully saturated on 2 bases. Usually. So Dark should just be droning up, getting up to 2 base saturation, and he will have to defend with purely Queens and Slowlings. Now, the reason why this is safe on Golden Aura is because the bases are so close together, it doesn't take long at all for Queens to rotate. For Queens to rotate back and forth between the third and the natural. On Alcyone, the third and the natural are a lot further apart, and the entrance to the natural is a lot wide open as well. It is wider open. If Clem realizes what's going on, if he commits with Hellion aggression, he can punish this. He can punish this real hard. Does check the main. If we commit, yeah, we go. We're getting to a 1-1-1. Aggressive build here out of Clem. Oh boy. Now, the scary thing without link speed is that if Hellions, if they can bypass the Queens, if they can get into a mineral line, the mineral line is going to get roasted. Like, the barbecue is going to be very real. It's going to be very big if Clem can bypass the initial Queens. But now, Cyclone production. Cyclone into Hellion. Again, 1-1-1. Delayed 3rd CC. Very aggressive build here out of Clem. Is building up. Clem already trying to dive in. He has recognized what's going on. Does recognize it's gasless, but this time we do keep up. We shut down the first Hellion. And almost the second Hellion as well. Bit of an overextension by Clem, but this is merely the first wave. This is merely the beginning. Now we're taking gases. Roach Warren is on the way. Meanwhile, Clem rallying across the map. Getting into his Liberator, Cyclone, Hellions. This is quite committed out of Clem, and this needs to get damage done. This needs to break the Zerg player. Otherwise, Clem is going to fall behind. Because again, no third CC. No third CC inside. Cyclones, they get the lock-ons. Chipping away at the Queens. Third gas is being taken. Soon to be getting into Roach production. And we're getting into Stim. Interesting. Okay, now we get a third CC on the way, but this is such a late third. We need to get more damage done. So far, it's not been good enough. We catch a Queen. Transfuse too good. We do keep the Queen alive. Clem, he hasn't killed anything. Like, this is such an aggressive start at a Clem, but he hasn't killed a single unit. Does rotate over. Making his way to the third, but there's no saturation. Queens are keeping up. We do pull away. Nice control out of Dark. Does break the lock on. Liberator, there we go. Damage is being done. We got 4 drones in the natural. Finally, some damage, some worker kills. 4 drones in the natural. Liberator does reposition. We get eyes on the Roach Warren. Now, something interesting here. I don't know if you noticed. Link speed. I mentioned before that usually we skip link speed. We didn't. This is a tell. It's an all-in. We're going for an all-in. Here we go. We have links. Roach is being sent across the map. Dark, he has not saturated the third base whatsoever. No saturation. It's all or nothing. It's going to be Ravager Ling. And Clem, he's setting up back at home, has realized what's going on. Bunkers are on the way. Clem does have a tank, has an army to work with. It's going to be close, though. It's going to be very close. We're getting within range of the bunker. Show us those biles. There we go. Biles on the bunker. Lings are pushing in. Yeah, they're collapsing on the Cyclones. Hellions, they do well for themselves. They shut down most of the Lings. The bunker does stand strong. Biles, they connect. 11 SCVs go down, but we hold. The bunker refuses to fall. The repairs are too good. We keep the bunker alive. Up. Oh my god. Finally it does fall, but we're out of Lings. We're out of Lings. We're out of army. Dark does not have enough. And Clem is holding. And Dark has no economy. He has nothing behind this. Now he drones? This is brutal. A brutal moment to start droning. Lair is on the way. We just now start drone production. But Dark is so far behind. No tech, no economy to speak of. He has Ravagers. That's all he has. If he can get the tank. He's pushing forward. Biles on the rib. The biles do not connect. And yeah, we will shut this down. We catch the Lings. GG, as there was no follow-up. Clem, he survives the all-in, and Clem takes a lead in the series. GG. GG, well played. I was concerned that Clem wasn't doing enough damage, but then we realized that Dark was making link speed, and he was just going for an all-in. He was going for an all-in. All or nothing there for Dark. Alas, Clem realized what was going on. He, because of his opener as well, because of the 1-1-1, he had an army to speak of. He had units to work with. Got into his tanks and had some very clutch repairs on that bunker. Kept it alive for so long. And with that, Clem... Oh, my apologies. Wrong score on screen. There we go. With that, Clem is now 1 game away from taking the series. 1 game is all Clem needs. Oh no, Maston. He will be our champion this week. Once again, 2 weeks in a row. He's that much closer. Is that much closer. See someone asking, is this live? At Omicron. This is live whenever it's a replay cast. It says so in the title. But yeah, someone's asking about whether it's live or not. Usually if we ever have a replay cast, and we do have replay casts from time to time, like every now and then we have like a KSL replay cast if we can't cast it live, or ESL Open Cup Europe replay cast. So sometimes we have replay casts. If we ever do have a replay cast, it's usually in the title. In the title on YouTube and in the title on Twitch. It's usually a part of that, so keep an eye out for that. You can also exclamation mark delay in the chats and you'll be told. As there is a 2-minute delay. But here we go. We are diving in and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Oceanborn. We have our Red Zerg player. Red Zerg representing Talent Esports. Down in the series, can he bounce back? Can he force the ace match? It is Dark. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the French Terran player. The blue Terran representing Team Liquid. One game away from becoming our champion. It is Clem. We go. We are settling in. We are going to be settling in here. As we do see Clem getting into his own standard opener. Dark going for a hatch gas pool. I mean, I spoke too soon. After what we just saw in the last game, I can't just blindly say hatch gas pool. It's a hatch first, yes, but we could go gasless again, right? It's possible. I'm not too fond of gasless builds on Oceanborn, but I mean, Dark likes to be greedy. There we go. We have our gas being taken, so hatch gas pool, standard opener this time out of Dark. There's no crazy gasless build into an all-in. Not this time. Not this time. WW equals Terran Imba. True. Kappa. Now again, the stars aligned for Clem. Just winding it back, if you remember, Clem delayed his third CC last game. He delayed his third CC, which is why he had an abundance of units early on, because he was being aggressive and assertive. Likewise, Dark was going for an all-in, so Clem just happened to be lined up to defend, happened to be lined up to have a delayed economy and have a prioritization of units, and with that was able to have enough of an army to hold on. Likewise, scouted ahead of time, was able to get his bunker up and running. So just really good reaction to Clem, and just a fortunate setup as well. Just fortunate that Clem happened to be aggressive, right? That he happened to delay his third. So just an unfortunate game there for Dark. And now we do see Clem being an annoyance, is going to delay the third base. Reaper has arrived. Oh, big delay on the third. Again, the reason why this happens more often on this map, for those that are curious, there's only one third base. Like this triangular third location, sorry, this linear third location is so exposed, it's so brutal. You cannot take that. That's gonna be a kill. Oh, the drone goes down. Massive pick off. The drone is killed. We contain Dark to 2 bases. Again, we cannot expand here towards the north. It's just so vulnerable. So because there's only one base to take, you can delay the expansion that much easier. Lings move out across the map, but the CC is done. And the worker is saved as we do load up that command center. Drone coming back in, but we're in position. We are in position. Third base now being taken, but it was delayed for so long. So very nice damage dealt here by Clem. Meanwhile, across the map, we do see Dark. He's going to get an SCV kill, even 2 SCVs. Not bad. We'll get 2 worker kills. Oh, I spoke too soon. Oh, it's close. Oh, can he get it? He can. 2 SCVs. We get 2 workers. Clem going for a third CC into a 1-1-1. So this time a much more economic setup here out of Clem. This time a much more economic game. 3 CC into, I imagine, Banshee or maybe even Viking play, but much more economic. Meanwhile, Dark, ooh, taking an early second gas. This is wild. There's no reason they could gas this early on. It should be roaches. We should be seeing a roach warren here out of Dark or a fast lair. I'm not too fond of muta play on Oceanborn, so if it was a fast lair, I mean, technically we could go into mutas. But this should be roaches. We'll see. As Dark is settling in. Do see across the map. Just going to be focusing on our economy. It is going to be 3cc into Banshee out of a Clem. If it is going to be roaches, then this is ideal for Clem. Clem is set up to shut down roach aggression and roach committed play. As Dark does take the second gas, and we're going double lever chamber. Interesting. So I think this gas geyser was taken only because the third was delayed. Like, because we had some inefficient mining going on, because we had excess workers, Dark, he just wanted to make use of it. So interesting variation here from Dark, or interesting kind of deviation even, to go, yeah, into our 1-1 upgrades, and we're going into melee. Okay, Lingbane. Lingbane here from Dark. Much faster upgrades here. for our Zerg player, as 1-1 has not begun for the Terran. So we're going to have a very interesting kind of game state where the Zerg player is going to be up in upgrades and the Terran is going to be behind. This often doesn't occur. Like, usually it's the Terran that's ahead. Meanwhile, the Hellies are going for a dive. The wall is not a wall. Lings are getting roasted, but we don't get into the mineral line. Not yet. We're going for the third. The drones, they line up. Oh my god. 8 worker kills. Very nice damage here out of Clem. Gets 8 workers, hits the 4th base, is looking to force a cancel. And Dark economically does fall behind. Going for the expansion. And there's no detection. We're going to force a cancel. Ay, ay, ay. Meanwhile, Dark going for a desperation counterattack across the map. The SCVs are exposed. We can get some worker kills. Meanwhile, there's the cancel. Just making sure there was no kill. Just making sure. So we do force a cancel on the 4th. The Lings, they get shut down by the reinforcements. They get 1 SCV kill, but only 1. So very nice defense here by Clem to be able to react in time. And Dark is still contained. Still no 4th base. Banshees have arrived. But again, 1-1 is already done, and we are poised and primed to go into 2-2. Again, very fast upgrades here out of Dark. I would not be opposed to this being Dark going from Ling Bane into Hive into Ultras. Like, I'd be all aboard that with the setup that we have. Just because these ground upgrades are going to be insane. Lings dip in. They threaten the 3rd. Clem is in position. We get 7 drone kills across the map. Oof. Really did add up so quick, so fast. Nice on siege with the tank. Clem, he avoids splash damage. He shuts down the Lings. Very efficient trades here out of Clem. We got eyes on the 5th. As Dark is double expanding, he may lose the 5th base, but he's got a 4th on the way. Ooh, that's a kill! Oh my god! That was a kill, not a cancel! Ay, ay, ay. GG, well played. I mean, Dark was getting picked apart economically, but the cherry on top was the kill in the expansion. Clem will take the series 3-1, just pulling Dark apart. GG. Congratulations. Oh my god. That was wild. I mean, Clem was in a good position. Like, this was, honestly, this was a rough game from the beginning. Remember, Dark, his 3rd base was delayed, his 4th base was cancelled, and then, of course, killed towards the end, but it was initially cancelled as well. The Ling run-bys weren't doing enough damage. He got like 1 or 2 SCV kills with the Ling counterattacks. He was being shut down. Likewise, I mean, sure, Dark was building up towards, you know, a heavy upgrade style, but he was being slowed down so often. He lost 7 drones to the Banshee harass as well. We committed heavily to Ling run-bys, but we saw that Clem was just trading so well against them, not really losing any SCVs. Things were going from bad to worse very quickly there, and yeah, that was just a brutal game for Dark, an insane showing from Clem. Clem will win 3-1. Congratulations to Clem. At least it wasn't one-sided, you know, it wasn't a 3-0, which is what I was hoping for. I was hoping that it wouldn't be a 3-0, but Clem has, again, we did mention that Clem was favored in this series, specifically in the ZVT. This is traditionally Dark's weakest matchup, is ZVT. He did beat Maru, don't get me wrong, but that was in a more preparation-based format. And yeah, Dark, he did struggle here against Clem. Congratulations to Clem for being able to come out on top here, for claiming another win. This is his 2nd week in a row. He was last week's champion, and this week's as well. Congratulations to Clem. My condolences to Dark, but we will be seeing more of Dark in the coming days and in the coming weeks, especially in the lead up to EWC, to the Esports World Cup. We're getting there. We are getting there. Meanwhile, when it comes to our next broadcast, we are done for the day. We won't be covering any StarCraft this evening. We could go over some replays, but we're going to take a bit of a breather, and our next broadcast is going to be tomorrow evening here on the channel, on the CranKy Ducklings. It's going to be Kung Fu Cup. Going to be featuring some KFC. So enjoy your Korean fried chicken while you can. Get it ready tomorrow. But Kung Fu Cup is tomorrow in how many hours time? Let's do some quick math. Tomorrow in what, 19 hours? It's gonna be in a while. It is gonna be tomorrow evening here. It might even be in like 2 days, depending on where you are in the world, if you're in the Americas or something like that. But in a day and 7 hours. So my apologies. in a day and 7 hours time, we're going to be live with the Kung Fu Cup. So tomorrow evening here in Australia, or a little bit longer than that, depending on where you are. I say tomorrow evening. I think it's going to be in the morning in the Americas and in the afternoon in Europe. So our Kung Fu Cup is tomorrow. If you're curious, what is the Kung Fu Cup? That is a weekly tournament where we feature players from all around the world, from the Americas, from Europe, from the Americas as well, and they all come together. You get the best of the best. You get Hero, Dark, Björn, Kjor up against Rainer. Not Cyril. Cyril doesn't often play. Sometimes he does, but he doesn't often play in that tournament. But Rainer, Clem, Max Pack, Showtime, the best of the best, all face off. Trigger, sometimes Estrella. Trigger is more of a degen, he plays in it. Estrella sometimes shows up, but regardless, it's going to be an amazing time. Be sure that you're there for Kung Fu Cup. Otherwise, we'll see you guys next time, whenever we see you. We'll see you guys whenever we see you. If you want to check out the VODs are available on YouTube. YouTube is uploaded on a daily basis, so check out the YouTube channel. Likewise, VODs are also available on Twitch. I know VODs are less than ideal on Twitch, but we got you covered on YouTube. Otherwise, thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for the support. We do appreciate it. And yeah, next cast is going to be tomorrow. Outside of that, quickly just double checking. WTL World Team League is this weekend, and Cheesadelphia. If you're from the Americas, Cheesadelphia is going to be a big event happening over the weekend, and I believe we are slotted to cast it. I think we still have to get some confirmation, so tentatively we're going to be casting Cheesadelphia over the weekend. It's going to be at a brutal time zone. It's going to be at 1 a.m. for me. 1 a.m. in the morning. It's going to be brutal. It's going to be absolutely brutal. So my sleep schedule is going to be adjusted for Cheese. And yeah, I mean, Dolan's going to be there. A lot of the NA players are going to be there as well, all congregating for a LAN in America. So do be a part of it. If you're local to the region, if you're local to the scene, consider checking out Cheesadelphia over the weekend. It is a LAN event. Otherwise, yeah, we'll see you guys next time. We'll see you guys next time. Until then, hasta luego. Thank you for watching. If you want to support us, if you want to follow the CranKy Ducklings and follow us on all the social medias, ! Socials in the chat for Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord. Check us out on all the social media. Again, YouTube is the place to be as well when it comes to VOD content. And you can support us on Patreon. Where there's a Patreon, you can subscribe on Twitch. You can donate as well if you're interested. If you want to support the CranKy Ducklings, you can do so. Our Patreon is set up to grow and fund our tournaments. So check it out. And you can see our goal. You can see our Patreon goal. We're almost there at our next stretch goal of $320 a month. If you can help us get there, then you can help us grow our tournaments. That's the goal anyway. That's the hope. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for the support. We'll see you guys tomorrow for some Kung Fu Cup action. Until then, hasta luego. Ciao, papi, ciao. Hasta luego.